All right, guys, we're here. We are in episode 3 of the Haunting of Harrowstone. We do have some different player this evening with us. Ronald will be stepping in to fill the slot of Wyld. We do
have some different player with us here today.
Yes, word are strong with I. Okay, it's been a week already, and it's just Tuesday.
That was
so
just an interesting sentence.
If it wants to slow down, if you just want to chill out on me, I mean, I'd be happy with that. But for all intents and purposes, Ronald will be with us tonight, and he's going to be stepping in. A character that will be introduced in time, so bear with us. Wyld, as our dear dwarven friend, will be assisting Kendra in some things in the home when not with the players. So, without further ado, let's talk about what happened last time. What happened last time? I can't ask Ronald because, well, he wasn't here. So you're gonna have to help me here. Anybody want to talk about anything?
Kendra was mad hitting on me.
Oh, God.
It's like the least important.
Is it the least important? It depends on your priorities here, Cobalt.
Right.
If your priority is like finding the love of your life, maybe this is an important thing for you to remember.
Oh my God, thank you.
I mean, if you're into bondage,
no problem.
right?
Hobgoblin was making moves.
Whoa, what? That escalated.
You know, I'm just
amulet of holding.
Come from?
I'm just throwing it out there, but there's a whole world of D&D magic spells that are not, delved into too much in the sexual realm.
Yes.
And hold person sounds like a pretty good one. A consented hold person.
A consented.
Just alter it to where it holds the wrist. That's it.
Wait, what do you mean it's not how it works? You could be like, hey, girl, I need you to cast that whole person spell on me. I need to not be able to move at all. It's like the best handcuffs. Come on.
Is that what happened with Rye?
I'm going to change the name of the spell to Detain Beast just for you. Okay.
I forgot.
Okay, hold on. That asks a very important question that may be very adult in nature. And so I'm just going to warn everyone. But if you're a whole person, can you still get a boner?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, because all your bodily functions work. You just can't physically move.
But that would be physically moving.
Yeah.
Oh, so
I like how your eyes went up on that. You're like, okay, I see what you're saying there.
That's still blood flow. That's
but like muscle is still muscle. Muscle is still muscle, though, right?
There's no normal control, though.
Oh man, that's
I don't know about that.
Arm.
I don't know about that. I feel like, I totally get the feeling of not being in control of that, but I feel like I have been at times.
I feel like that's an excellent question. I feel like we need to delve. There's a good, if you want an alternate, day, Bub, where ask the cast a question. I think that's the question we answer.
I think if I had to
think about this,
if I had to make a knee-jerk judgment call, I would say that you would not receive that. The blood flow would be there, but the moment that the whole person ceased, you would have rapid expansion.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this a step further. I'm sorry. So it's
because I have questions as well. Go on.
Because it could be like one of those capture devices for the penis.
The cage. The cage.
Yeah, the cage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it
Don't
like
ask
a
how I know
D&D cock cage?
Right. Do you have to roll for damage?
Yeah. Could you actually do damage to your penis if your blood flow is giving you a boner, but you can't actually physically move because of the spell?
Would it explode? Would a vein pop?
No,
that's what I'm saying.
I don't
maybe.
think that. No.
Would be if it was a backfill of blood, there would be no muscle growth.
Cobalt's face right now is my face internally. It's this isn't fucking D&D. What is this?
What are you talking about? You don't think this has been tackled in the Forgotten Realms? You don't think there's somebody in there?
100%. I have a book for this.
Googling it.
The problem is we're using the wrong spell. It's rope trick that you're supposed to use. That's the spell.
This Shibari spell.
Thinking how you could
rope
combo
trick just makes a rune.
It can. Yeah, it certainly can.
I'm very disappointed with Google right
there is
now.
There is a book for
supposed
this.
to be the one that ties people up, isn't it?
There is a book for this. If you want to know more, it is from the 3rd edition Book of Erotic Fantasy. It's incredibly expensive, but there are PDFs available. The PDF is available.
Good start.
All right, so what else happened?
Good start. Yeah, so what else happened?
What else occurred? Can anybody remember?
Not much.
The main thing that happened
started flirting.
The main thing that happened
there was some flirting for sure.
Is that we talked to Gib and we got him to let us pass. That was the main.
Oh, I saved everyone's lives from getting cursed.
That's
I don't know.
The whole
Oh yeah,
town?
I guess
Yeah,
when
you
you're
kind of did.
And
He
you
was
told a
holding
really
up
good
that thing
speech. You made a really
real-
good speech too.
Yeah.
I did.
And now my notes are open. I can actually honestly participate in this conversation. We found a chest with a bunch of entry in the professor's journal.
Yes.
We didn't find it. It was more like she gave it to us.
Potato,
to
but you're
look
not
at.
wrong.
And she wasn't supposed to see the things, but we may have let her see some things.
I mean, she was kind of seeing some things as you guys were pulling it out of the chest, regardless. Just by passing
Someone
a
was
grown-ass
supposed to
woman.
be watching.
What are you
her.
talking about? Oh my gosh, I cannot believe you guys are throwing this on me. I was the only
Right.
person attempting to do anything to stop her. I was the one who mentioned that she in the will shouldn't see this stuff.
It's true.
I was the one who then babysat her after that. I stepped
Except
in front
for
of
during
her.
said babysitting.
Hold on. I
she
stepped in
still
front
let
of her.
see.
I stepped in front of her. when she
Beautifully so,
came
I
to
might
the
add.
group. And she casted a spell on me of hold person. I had a hurt boner. I didn't know what to do. All right. I'm sorry. I did. And then you guys were like, why didn't you stop her? I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you fuck? And then Wyld was telling me to take her away. And then you were telling me to let her stay. And then I just sat down at the table and I'm like, I'm done with this shit. I'm done with these false boners.
You're not. All of this stuff is true. I've not heard a lie yet.
There's also cheese involved.
There was cheese involved. Yes.
And it turned into fish tasting cheese.
It did,
Fishy-
which I'm still confused about, but
Fishy
perhaps
cheese,
also a little
yeah.
Well,
interested.
people were told something about fish and
There were some-
possessing ladies.
There was some flirting going on. Like session 1 had some almost inter-party debacle going on. There was some like light tension and arguments, but session 2, we had some of that melting away.
It was
and
Valentine's Day.
it
Love was in the air.
Love was in the air, and fish was in the cheese.
But we did find out that Kendra, there was some alluding to that maybe things were at a happier time once before. Because we saw like images of her mother and then her mother disappeared. So we don't know what the deal is with that. And we didn't even know that Professor Al was shacking up and had a kid. Well, some of us, I didn't know that. So I don't know if everyone else did. So there's some
Where do you
interesting
think
things there.
She learned the hold person spell from.
You're terrible.
Oh, you're not alive during your conception. What I mean, like during that
I'm just
situation.
saying.
What do you mean? How did she learn it?
I'm just saying her dad was a master of such spells.
Okay.
And maybe
My
they were
absolute
used
favorite.
to conceive.
Anyways,
What a monster.
now Kendra seems a little sad about it all, and she didn't really want to talk about it. But we were able to get 3 journals, or a journal and some tomes. We had the Unverified Madness,
Correct.
Serving Your Hunger,
Mm-hmm.
and Umbral Leaves.
What were these books in particular? You guys learned that last session was a big info dump.
We learned about the Dark Tapestries plane, where when people go there, they never come back whole again. They're broken. And there's a god, Urgathoa.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That's
the
for
god
serving
of
your
physical
hunger.
excess, undead, and disease. And
Okay.
the Whispering, or the Way, with necromancy. The Whispering Way.
The Whispering Way.
Yes.
What book did you gather that information from?
Oh, I think
That was from the journal.
Yes, you did gain some information.
There were circled entries about
Correct.
Grow
Correct.
and the way.
Yeah, the Way, Raven Grow.
If you were interested in any of the previous handouts that I've given, you can check the journal tab at the top, and it should show you. There is circled entries in Professor's journal, manuals, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So that should help you there a
So-
little bit.
Yeah, there's basically like a ritual that he talks about
Mm-hmm.
where the Way, something to do with the Way, and I think the Temple of Pharasma gets, or the Pharasma gets brought up as well.
Okay.
And so basically there's a cult trying to do a ritual, maybe to like summon an old god or something. I don't know.
Sure. So
we got to stop it at the prison.
You've got some details. You're not really sure what it means yet, but
there's a false crypt too.
You did find out that there was something. There was a crypt. What was said to be in the crypt?
There were tools in a false crypt.
Tools to fight from the church.
What are these tools? Like, what specifically is important about the tools?
We need them to be. There's some items that he was going to borrow to slip in unseen.
Okay.
So supposedly that was what the tools were for.
I thought it was to stop the ritual. A ritual.
No, the tools in the false crypt at the intersection of Eversleep and Black Path or something like that, or Black Path.
I don't know. It was in the resting lands.
Restlands, correct. But the restlands are there are multiple roads, right? So you're looking at a large scale graveyard.
Yeah, so that is in the restlands.
Correct.
And then it was specifically because he needed to borrow items in order to slip in unseen.
Yes,
and
these items
to the prison, I think.
I think we should probably also mention that we did reveal several cards that affect the game.
Yeah, there were several Harrow cards that were utilized to permanently change the story and the extent of our play in this game. Can you remember what those cards were?
Jiminy Cricket.
The first card was the twins, and then that got us 2 more cards.
Correct. The first card was the twins.
Cricket.
Yep.
And Publican.
The Publican, that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
So these are interesting cards. Can you venture a guess as to what each of them do? I mean, the twin, you guessed that it drew 2 cards. The Publican, what do you think that is?
That's something to do with the tavern keeper.
Okay.
Or something like that with I don't know. There was a picture of a barkeep with a beer like being served into the glass.
It was like beer magic. And what about the cricket? What can you recall about that?
I didn't catch the cricket.
Wasn't it something about like a good outcome or like doing something and like having an adventure and then having an outcome basically, or something like that. Like it's like going on traveling and then something good or bad may come of it. I don't know.
And we were alluding to it was something good because crickets are usually a sign of luck, but we weren't sure.
Yeah,
Knowing that the cards were also aligned likely provided some positive favor as well. Luckily enough, no goal was met before this stream, so there is no Harrow cards being drawn to affect the state of the game. So nothing amazingly positive, nothing amazingly negative are coming to affect this game this session. And that's totally fine because there are a lot of Harrow cards that have major negative events that occur.
Okay. Does this mean we don't have any rerolls?
Oh, no. So far, you guys actually have 2 luck rerolls. 2 luck rerolls. So it looks like Furious came through with 10 gift subs, and we had Frosty Kraken came through with 10 gift subs. So that's 2 luck rerolls for the night. Thank you guys so much for making sure the players have an opportunity.
Frosty Kraken sounds like a great drink name.
Right? It does sound like a great drink name.
That's a fabulous bar.
Just throwing this out there, but these cards are still in effect, right?
Yes, they will forever affect the game.
Okay, that's what I was just making sure.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. The cards will forever change the impact of the game. They're consistently in effect.
Some of them are only for 1 session, though, right?
Some of them may only have an immediate change, but others will have long-lasting events. Like if one inspires like a combat scenario, that combat scenario will end when it's finished, but those emotions that are tied to the combat scenario may never change. They may never go away. It might be just a long-lasting effect. So that is something that can occur. All right. Let's see here. What else can we remember?
Where I found out that Oz grew up alone.
Oz did grow up without a family. That's true.
Well,
that's what at least he heard, or
yes,
thinks he heard.
I mean, you're not far
What he had
off.
said specifically was that at 3 weeks old, he was taken from his family and he had to be part of the militia. But that's how his whole entire clan runs.
That's dumb.
Wow,
what
That's
a dumb
dumb.
culture indeed.
That's dumb.
That's dumb. Well, to be fair, they're not the brightest of creatures. Let's just put it out there.
Oh, you didn't have to tell me that. 3 week old, you're in the militia. 3 weeks, send him out, kid. You're ready for the world.
Right.
Oz is a very, very intelligent hobgoblin.
Okay. The last thing that occurred in our session was that Kendra apologized for putting pressure upon the party. She said that you can take the tomes, the belongings, and leave if you wish, though you have a long night ahead of you, and the journey to Lepidstadt might yield its own variety of issues since you are not to receive payment for as early as 30 more days. She offered for you to stay in the Lorimore house. Free of charge, room and board is yours. There was too much food for her to eat, and still many things for her to decide in this place. She offered each of you a bed. Not hers.
What? A bed?
Yes, an actual bed.
Can we roll for it not to be?
I'm used to sleeping on top of straw. I'm in.
Right? Okay, so perfect. All right. So I've got to ask, is anybody like deciding to bunk up? Because some of these rooms
shared rooms
have multiple beds.
If we
in
have
them.
to bunk up, Oz would bunk up.
Okay.
I would go with Torvin, but he's not here, so
Sure.
I can't get the blessing there.
Torvin will. He's
smoke.
He's effectively here. He's effectively here. He's just not going
You
to
could
be
message
role-playing.
Wyld and be like, "Would you like to bunk with me?"
He'd be a little
He's gonna be
confused.
like, "What does that mean?"
Hey,
Be like,
hey,
"Shh,
man,
let
I'm-
it happen." No,
I
I'm
just
kidding.
wanted to ask if you want to be buddies, maybe.
Just add a contact text, y'all. Hey, we're sleeping together. Just giving you the heads up. All right, bye.
I'm
I'll
sure.
do that later.
I'm sure
Well, I
that'll go smoothly.
Rye is certainly not. I mean, unless propositioned by certain people in the vicinity, he will be very much alone in his accommodations, if at all possible.
I'm sure Hap could use some company by the gazebo.
And-
Wow. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, is there room in your room, Oz, with your giant pecker?
well, it depends on how you feel about it. But I think Oz would either room with somebody if they wanted, or he would be alone. Whatever. I don't know how many
I guess
rooms
what's
there
the
are.
situation, right? Like, could we all not? But like, because I feel like if I had the option, I probably wouldn't be like, yeah, I'll totally share a space with someone who I barely know.
Right.
But-
Exactly.
Well,
Right,
there's
but if
If you
there's
need
no
to-
choice, then yes.
there is the open study. It's got what looks like a couch of sorts, like a leather couch that is
Oh
long
yeah,
enough for
Oz will
anyone
take the couch.
to lay
Hell
on.
yeah.
There is like a servant or assistant's quarters where any of the maids may stay, which they're fully bedded. There are many different amenities that are available in this place. There are what looks like a children's study, which there are multiple beds in, and you guys could bunk up there. They're full size beds, right? So short of now she's staying in her father's room, which is probably super odd for her, but she is staying in her father's room. And she's not going to have any company. She's not going to invite anyone to stay the night there.
So there's
Can I sleep
like
with the
children's
book under
rooms.
My pillow?
Sorry, go ahead. Cobalt.
I said, can I sleep with a book under my pillow?
Of
So
course.
there's no shenanigans.
So
Of
that's how
course.
you learn.
Absolutely.
Sleep on books.
Through osmosis.
Right in there.
People used to believe that. If you slept on a book, you could like absorb the knowledge in the night.
Just-
What if you could?
I mean,
You're such a
I'm
good book.
listen, Maggie. We have to talk after this, okay?
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so what room would be like closest to the door? That's where Rye
The
would
study,
be.
right where you guys are currently at right now.
Yeah, but like, can he sleep there in this study? I'm talking about like, oh, well,
Yeah.
he'll sleep in there.
No, this
I mean,
has the Leathermaid couch that was meant for multiple people to sit upon. It almost looks like it's like a therapist study.
Are there different like things in the rooms for us to do or notice or interact with?
Well, I mean, the Lorimore house is decorated in books. There are quite literally thousands of books. They decorate the walls. The only places they're not is the stairwell leading upward. Short of that, they're even in the kitchen.
The maid's quarters.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Wait, okay. By the way, I want to address something, guys. Listen, we fully understand on this broadcast the abundance of pecker jokes. Okay. We know it's overboard. And I want to say, just let us have. I know. I'm just saying. I've seen some comments and we get it. We know that we're all 12 years old and we giggle about the pecker jokes. What I'm saying, though, is that it probably won't stop. All right. I'm not saying it's funny. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's inevitable. So you might as well buckle up because
man has a fine point.
Oz almost lost the ability to touch his pecker ever again if he had rolled one higher.
Oh my god, yeah. Bub was looking at the number and he said if I would have rolled like one less, I would have lost my hands.
Yeah, that's the power of wild magic.
I would have had to pet your pecker for you.
Exactly.
Wild magic
Oz would be honored for you to take that task on.
Let my hands be your hands.
I think I have mage hand. I could technically pet my own pecker with my mage hand. This is getting into the weird.
I have.
Weird
see what I mean, Chat?
Situation
example,
again.
Exhibit A.
Well.
All right.
Yeah.
And I have a 12-year-old, so I know exactly how they act. We are 12, and this is fine.
This is fine. This is fine.
I'm gonna just kind of chill on the couch, like that leather couch. I'm just gonna kind of kick back and just sort of, that's gonna be my little spot.
If you're gonna take the couch, then I guess I will sleep in the children's quarters. You said like, is it a room that has maybe 2 beds? Like,
yeah,
I bet you will.
I will have one bed for
eater.
Pecker, and I will sleep in the other bed in the child's room.
Yeah, I'll take the maid's quarters. I feel like it probably feels more like a community quarters that I'm used to at the church.
Makes sense that Temerity and Eli both do that.
Okay.
Oh wait, are you in the maid's quarters too?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
though.
I'm fine with that. Like I don't
That's
care.
cool.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking along
You
those
guys have had
lines.
similar
Yeah.
like structure, but like different paths. It's very
Plus,
interesting.
like, there's maids in there sometimes, right? So that's cool.
Not right now, but yeah, typically.
Are you like into maids? Is that your thing? Like,
I mean,
is that your
maids are cool.
Maids are
Okay.
dope.
Friendly.
What are they wearing?
Maids are dope. Maids are dope.
Yeah, maids are dope.
I mean, what are we doing here?
Okay, well, we
Brendan?
found
We're here for
out
maids.
Eli's thing now.
You might not be here for maids. Go on.
Oh, I'm not. I'm more of a winches type,
Oh,
but
winches. All right.
yeah.
There's a different building for that. For sure. There's just a different building
I mean,
for
I'm
that.
down.
Oh, the pub.
Throw
Not
it
a
all
terrible
at me.
idea.
Let's go.
This isn't Dungeons and Dragons. This is wenches and maids. All right, that's what we're
Yeah.
playing.
Oh, new game.
Yeah.
Kickstarter that. I would buy that. Would buy that RPG.
Wenches and maids. Mm.
I'm going to start our story.
Wait, it
Have we
hasn't
not already
started yet?
Was
feel
that a question or a statement?
I don't mean to remove the steam from this fanfic.
All right.
What
yeah.
about if I craft an outfit for Pecker that is a little maid outfit? Would you be into that, Eli?
I don't know. It hasn't
Hey.
come out of the bucket yet, except to eat one time. So
Babe, can you add maid outfit to my list of things to make? Thank you. All right. Oh, I'm
Thinks
sorry.
that
Did I
it's
not mute?
He thinks it's for something else, and then you just show up with like this tiny little maid outfit for a chicken.
The Rye Webcam Fund. It's okay, unit. It's okay.
it's like a giant feather duster already.
We waited out. So, friends, the night is awkward and terse. You were left to yourselves in the study. Kendra left you there. She didn't have anything else to say. She had her apologies for picking, poking, and snooping. She knew that she wasn't supposed to see the things, but curiosity is something that has stolen her away and led her down many paths. But that lingers for a while. Here you stand, in the Lorimore study. An audience of novels. The 4 or 5 that garner your attention, along with a small oaken chest. A fire that seems to flicker out. The cinders seem to lick upward for anything, any kind of fuel. For a breath of air. You realize that it is nightfall. It's time for sleep. You can debate many of these other things in the morning. Eli, you said that you wanted to go to the maid quarters. Similarly, Temerity. Oz, were you heading to the maid quarters as well?
No, I believe Temerity was.
Okay, so Oz, you're going to the children's quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Rye, you are going to stay in the study, the closest to the door. Okay. I'm curious. I'd like to know if any of you have any nighttime rituals, things that you commit to. Some people like to read before bed. Others seem to need to treat their weaponry, treat the leather of their armor. What sort of rituals might each of you have, if you have any at all?
I bite my nails.
You're a nail biter?
Yep.
Okay. Is it from nerves, or is it from being deep in thought?
I think eventually he learned to keep his nails low, and he didn't always have like a tool for that, so he just bit them his whole life. So now just before bed, he kind of just nibbles on them.
Sure. Creature of habit.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you let the fire wince out, or do you keep it going for the rest of the evening?
How cold is it?
I mean, there is a small draft coming from the flue, but
I keep it going. I actually, I have plans to sort of get up in the middle of the night and take a look at the books myself, because I haven't actually looked at the books or anything that's gone on with that. I spent all my time with what's her name, with Kendra.
Yeah. Okay.
So I do plan, if I can, to not in a sneaky way, but in a quiet way, you know. I'm not sneaking, but I'm just sort of, I'm minding my noise just so everybody's sleeping. I just kind of want to investigate on my
Sure,
own.
I gotcha. It's something that you didn't get to facilitate that piqued interest. So, with time. Do you allow everyone to kind of go off on their own before you see to the books?
Yeah, I expect everyone's going to find their own quarters. I just don't want to bother anybody. I just kind of want to look on it on my own.
Okay.
Eli wants to take the purple book and sleep near it or with his pillow so that Kendra doesn't find some way when it's not being watched to try to mess with it or get more information.
Sure.
He's just a little paranoid.
Okay.
Cobalt, would it be more prudent to lock the chest and then maybe take the key?
That would be better, but I don't think that Rye's gonna like that if he's trying to steal extra looks.
Yeah, but you may.
I'm mostly concerned with just the one that's locked. The book.
Sure. That's the one that you note that she had the most interest in anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And you do. Everybody seems to give some sly glances, but they leave it for the wayside. It's not that important. There is some forfeited trust. And you walk away with a book of the Order of Palatine Eye. What does your sleeping situation look like? Do you have any rituals that you tend to?
So Eli worships Torvin and artifice and taking care of one's equipment and also putting your most into your work is it's like a point of pride and like honor. So he takes all of his armor and weapons and tools, polishes them, cleans them, does a silent prayer to his god before bedtime, and inventory check and whatnot. He wasn't planning on being out here this long for much more than a funeral, so he doesn't really have much stuff like he would at his shop.
Right.
But still, his shield, his scale armor.
This is still important, not only for yourself and your habits that you formed. Your master would likely do the same. It's something that you've probably even seen him do many times prior. Oz, you would see this as well. As you peer from the other bedside across the room, Eli has moved about his belongings and arranged them meticulously so. Oh, excuse me, Temerity. Forgive me. Temerity.
It's okay.
The meticulous nature where everything is placed out, oils and slicks, a whetstone, prayer. This is not out of the ordinary for you to see something like this. Those that are committed to a cause. What does it look like for you? Do you just tip back your hat and catch in easy snooze, or?
No, I think, well, I would kind of put my stuff, probably de-weapon a little bit, put it next to where I'm sleeping, and then are there any cabinets or
Sure, there is
anything that's not locked? Clearly things that are not like a maid's private area, like something that's more public.
There is a trunk at the foot of the bed for both beds, and that there is a small, what looks to be a side dresser of sorts.
I would just rifle through it just to see what was going on.
Okay. That is a lot of water noise.
Can you hear that? Sorry, my kid's taking a shower and I literally have pipes next to me. I am good to know though that my mic's
confused.
that good, and I will mute it when it cuts.
Effects.
I was like,
I thought that was Bub.
I
was
thought
like,
it was effects from the game too.
Yeah,
It was
like, the maids are
effects from the
cleaning.
game.
I was like, is someone running bathwater in game? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, in my real house.
not quite. But that's fine. You do have a trunk. There is a chest of drawers to the left side of your bed.
All right, I will open one of the, like, I'll look at the trunk. There's nothing like of interest in the trunk. It's just a regular trunk.
Yeah, it's just a regular trunk at the foot of the bed.
Then I would sit on the bed and kind of pull open the top drawer.
It's
if there's
vacant.
anything.
It's vacant. You can tell that it's not dusty. It's been of recent use, but someone has removed their belongings and the place is vacated. The sheets on the bed, even the pillow has been fluffed, but it's been put down in a way that the beds would still need to be made. Maids haven't been here in a small amount of time. Your best guess is that the moment that the Petrov died, the help probably left. They were no longer getting paid for their service, or maybe he released them just prior. Either way, it's yours.
So I would then I would close it back up. Sorry.
You're fine.
I don't know what they're doing, actually. Maybe it's the dishwasher. So I would close it back up, and then if the bed's not made, I would make it and probably just sit there for a while before I thought about going to bed, just kind of ruminating on the day.
There's a lot to take in. It wasn't a small amount of information. You did just bury an ally. Similarly, you feel like something is afoul. His death didn't seem as natural as it was led to believe. And there's a lot of information regarding conspiracies and a hidden order to necromancers, or at least that's what you're led to believe. For your particular order, for your particular sect of religion, strongly against necromancy.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine a very pensive look over Temerity's face.
Yeah, she's not quite sure what to think about all of this.
Sure.
But she's definitely, I would say, cautiously curious, because if it leads to the discovery of something relating to the undead, she's all here. She's all in to figure out what and where and who and to end it.
There are quite a few mentions of the Temple of Pharasma too in the town, and a lot of stuff surrounding that with Father Grimborough. So definitely something that I think that Eli's interested in investigating for sure at some point.
Right.
So I know Temerity would be, he probably asked Temerity as well, her expertise, since she's part of that sect.
Okay. Did you have any questions particularly for Temerity in this regard about Pharasma, or did you just want to wait it out?
I mean, before bed, once I'm done with my process and everything's put away snugly back into the backpack, I guess he could try to strike up a conversation. He would just look over and he'd be like, so, seems like there's a lot of fingers pointing towards Pharasma. Perhaps you'd like to have some company when you head over there, if you were planning on to question anybody.
We need the list from them, because we need to find the people who died in the fire that night.
Yeah.
There's a fire?
Yeah, that's actually what
happened?
What you guys had discovered there. Harrowstone was a rather successful endeavor until a fire in 4661.
The prison.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is the temple part of the prison?
No.
Or it's separate, right?
They're separate.
Separate.
Okay.
So I would. All right. So you're. Yeah, I'm pretty interested. Want to see. And this is an area that has quite the history with undead as it is. So anything we can find out.
Lucky us to have you.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but since you did.
I mean, it's always good to have someone in the exact same area of expertise as what seems to be plaguing this town. If it does turn out to be that way. Hopefully
interesting,
it won't.
That was not lost on me when I got the professor's invite.
Well, I suppose I'll leave you to the rest of your night. And I'll get some rest because it has been a long time traveling to get here, and I am very tired.
Okay, is there a kitchen nearby, and would it presumably have booze in it?
Yes, there was a carafe of wine that was presented, large enough to, I would say that each of you to get a tall stein from, if you would wish so. It actually took Rye carrying it down. It was rather large. If you can recall back, he had succeeded in nearly pirouetting, dancing his way, carrying this large tray of food and wine. And I think he even
That's because he was trying to show off to the lady.
No, there was no trying. He was succeeding.
I know. But...
Where is the carafe now? Where is it? Is it out in the...
It was left in the room.
Okay, so I will, at that, stand up, look over. Would you like something to drink? I'm going to go see if that wine's still out there.
I'll never turn down a drink.
All right. I'll go into the living room then, or where the study, or the room library, whichever room
Sure.
it had the plate of food and the wine. And is that where...
That's where Rye is.
Yeah, you're sleeping, or I don't know if you're sleeping yet, but I'll go in and kind of reach down for the wine and give you a look, like...
I'll wink at you
before the conversation,
and I'll just shake my head no, but I'll give you a little wink and a smile.
Before that kicks off, I'd like to point two things. Temerity, on your way out of the maid's quarters, you would note that Eli has been taking very, very careful, almost ginger care with the Order of the Palatine Eye, a purple book that is placed just under his pillow. You catch the lip of the velvet cover and the silver and brass fittings. Eli, is that something that you would have said that you were doing out loud, or would you have just been very careful about it to move it to the room?
I probably would have just been like, I'll watch this tonight and just assert it, and then if nobody tries to stop me, I would have just taken it with me.
Okay.
The thought did occur to me to try to pop it open with a dagger, but if there's something magical going on with it, I don't have the skills to, ascertain that, so I would probably just leave it as is.
You do
It's
know...
considered a dangerous item.
Yeah.
It probably shouldn't be under my pillow, but better than me than anyone else. I can protect everybody else.
It is speculated that it's a relatively dangerous item, and I think even Kendra said that it might not be in the favored view of anyone with weaker stomachs, as she speculates that the pages may be made on a variety of human skins.
It's going to give me nightmares.
Okay, all right. And then before that conversation, Oz, do you have any nighttime rituals that you and Peck would go through?
Oh, yeah.
What does it look like?
You have to have, like, a midnight snack. So, a great snacking occurs. And then after said snacking, we just, like, chill.
Okay.
And Oz meticulously knits clothing.
Okay.
Specifically and usually for his pecker, but sometimes he's got to make a gift for somebody, and so he will do a little craft.
Okay. Is there any stylized design that you wanted to go with, or is there anything that sort of hits your mind at the moment, either for Peck or for someone else?
I think maybe because it's been a little cold and drafty and rainy, Peck's gonna get a little booties.
Okay.
Little shoes.
Sure.
Little rain booties.
Great.
Should I roll my craft? Is this gonna be the first
yes,
roll for the
please.
evening?
Let's see it. There's nothing more exciting than making Uggs for your pecker.
I am holding back so much on these jokes.
Not quite like booty for your pecker.
I know, man.
It just looks like little condoms.
Oh my god.
There's a hole in them, so it's not really
It better be
useful for
magnums.
the thing.
for
I mean, it's
80
also
pounds.
knitted,
Quite
right?
fit. Yeah, maybe they're too small or too big.
It's cutting off the circulation of your pecker. He seems rather upset. But then again, you don't really get to judge the sheer size of his feet. Because he's consistently sitting in the bucket. So
And right now he's like half in the bucket and his legs are up.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to put the little booties on his little claw shoes. And it's just not working out great.
Yeah.
And I think Oz kind of says out loud, it's like, well, that's not working out exactly how maybe I measured it wrong. I need to get better at that measuring part. And so he like takes out like some measuring, like tailoring, like
Sure.
measuring stuff.
Some tailor tape.
Which is really just, it's like a rope, like a thin rope that he's got lines on.
Marks in it. Yeah.
To mark.
Sure. Okay.
And he goes again to like retry.
Yeah.
Or perhaps tomorrow he will try again.
And you continue to prep up either the yarn or the material to make some small boots or shoes, particularly for your overweight Polish pecker.
What was that other chicken that we saw?
Oh,
really
the
big.
Brahma.
The Brahma, yeah.
Yeah, the Brahma
Dude,
chicken.
Let's look up the Brahma chickens.
Yeah,
It's
they're pretty sick.
ridiculous.
So, the camera pans again. Temerity, you've exited the room. You saw that Eli was maintaining things very carefully, holding down the fort, if you will. A man of faith, very similar to yourself, though you follow very different gods. You do not doubt the divination that he follows. But you enter the room of one who clearly has some issues following faith. Rye. Rye stands at the fire. It looks as if he's pulling some timber apart to spark it back to life. Hearing behind you, Temerity enters the room.
Wait, she's back after the wine?
This is that initial that point right there where she's back.
Right when I come in to get the wine.
Oh, okay. I eye her,
Okay.
Rye likey, but he's just kind of his mind's preoccupied. She wants to come grab the wine or whatever. Like I said, he'll give her a wink and a smile. He'll refuse the wine and he'll just note of the nightcap. That's all he really wants to do.
Sure.
Yeah, no big
Well,
deal.
I would wink back at him and then take the wine and just kind of on my way out, like back towards him, going back in the room, like stay warm.
God, he loves that. Okay, it sounds good.
Is that something that you think that would be on Rye's face very clearly? Like the wink back would that spark some sort of like smug grin or anything like
I
that?
don't know I'm not going to assume what Imperial had her character look like, but I imagined a sassy wink. Like,
sassy for sure.
Oh yeah, that's what I imagined. I didn't want to just, assume,
Okay.
but if it was a sassy wink, my boy Rye likes a little sass.
Oh,
so,
okay, sure.
Yeah.
There's probably a sassy bad wink, but like
Perfect.
and maybe even intentionally bad. Like
You would note as exiting the study that there is a natural, like almost a happy tendency. There's a not necessarily a retort as much as there is a positive response. You can't tell if it's in jest or just to break tension, but you can tell it's definitely a positive response from Rye.
Well, how do I look at the fireplace? This isn't important, but I do think
you tell me. How do you look?
I mean, I want to feel like I'm sort of leaning over it, and like the flames are creating a sort of light on my body that is sort of defining my muscles a little bit more.
I mean,
I
didn't know that
shadows.
Are you clothed? Are you derobed?
I am you can see my forearms and like the beginning of my biceps, you know, and like they're chiseled enough, like that's enough. Like there's enough area there where the shadows can sort of catch on the skin and it can really bring it out. So I just want to, like, have you ever seen Will Smith and I, Robot, the way he kind of like leans in the shower?
Sure.
When he's doing that. I'm kind of like leaning on a thing, looking at the fire, and like the light is hitting me.
Temerity, he is cut like a Darkest Dungeons character, okay? They're all edges, the shadows are hitting in various spots. You didn't know muscles could be where they are.
Is he 8-bit as well? Or
I mean,
you know. So
he
yeah, I mean,
I'll
do the same thing, but more
You'll do
like,
the same thing.
No, I mean the same actions, like wink back and be a little goofy and
sure.
I mean,
yeah, I think
she's got blue skin and porn. She's not. If people have flirted with her before, like people have shown interest in her before because she's, I'm assuming, because people like things that are outside of their norm.
Of course.
Right. So she's fine. As she prefers it to hate. Right. So it's just fine.
Yeah, I just want to be one of those moments. We don't have to say anything. Sometimes words are spoken more without speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the end of the night. I think we're both tired. I think we acknowledge each other, and
Agreed.
And I look beautiful, and that's all there is to it.
There is some love in the air. Not sure whose love, but definitely love in the air. Temerity, you return.
I want to see if I have hold person.
Let's not. We can answer the age-old question right now if we want.
So I'm sorry. Go on, Bub.
You return to Eli, and you carry the carafe of wine. And it looks as if there is probably about half left. Probably enough so that each of you could get 2 very tall glasses.
Okay, so then I will tip it back and quickly drink a little less than half. And then like take out a handkerchief and like clean the top.
Sure.
And hand it to him and say the rest is yours. Or put on the nightstand next to him. Tell him the rest is yours. And I'll go get in bed.
Take it. I'm leaned up against the bed on the wall with my lower back covering the book and the pillow. I'm just solid, not going to move. And I'll just say cheers. I'll pick it up and I'll just start drinking it at normal pace. I'll appreciate the wiping down of the glass, because it seems like she's noticed how particular I am with my objects and keeping as clean as I can.
Right.
So
Okay.
Oh, and she'll take off her coat and her tail will come out and as she lays down, so it's clear. Instead of being behind her coat, it's very clear that she has a tail when she lays down.
Perfect.
I'll try not to notice it, but like I can't help myself to like glance at it every now and then and like bewilderment.
Trying to not to side eye too much.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because
offense.
It probably at some point comes up and like kind of knocks some hair out from in front of her eyes.
Yeah, of course.
Because it does things.
You're probably pretty used to it at this point.
Yeah.
It's not common that people get to actually see a tiefling. But that's something that you have decided to either ignore or to tackle full force. And in this case, it's just nightfall. It's late. You know that it's time to just turn in. And it's just that. Remains.
Oz not.
Tell me. What's Oz got?
Oz wants to look around.
Okay, all right.
So after the midnight snacking and the unsuccessful sock creation with his pecker, he tucks Pecker into the bed and he's like, now, you gotta pretend that we're sleeping here. Don't let anyone think that we're not, all right? and he like kisses his pecker, and then he sneaks out the door, and he's gonna go look around the house to see if he sees anything strange, because he's already got like suspicions about this daughter now.
Okay, sounds good. Oz, you've tucked Pack into bed. With a light kiss on the head, you exit the children's room. You have two paths. A path to your right and to your left. The left leads to the stairwell descending down into the lower floors of the house. You can see firelight licking the open archway, shadow passing back and forth. Give me perception.
$22.
It's really, really good. 22. And you are quite perceptive. Let's go ahead and scroll it down so everyone can see. Perfect. You can hear the heavy booted footfall from Rye. It's just early enough. You've heard most of the doors shut. Most of everyone has tried lying down. But when you exit, Rye walks back and forth. You hear his breathing. It is at times labored, but you've noticed that from the very beginning. Not that he's winded as much as there's something strange with not only the way that he speaks, but breathes as well. It's this almost husky, gravelly feel to it.
And I saw him like burning himself the other day.
You did.
Right?
You did, in fact. And with the firelight, again, it probably comes to mind that he is very similarly doing something of the sort. If there's a penance to pay, he may just be doing that. You hear nothing of the sort from the rooms just beneath you, the maid's quarters. You just hear something as you move over to the balcony ledge. Something faint from down the hall. You can't quite make it out.
Sneaks closer to the sound.
You begin moving closer to the sound. You're certain that it's the room that Kendra Lorimore went to sleep in. She declared that it was her father's. You move. Are you moving carefully? Are you trying to sneak?
Yes.
Okay.
He's gonna try to sneak and like put his big floppy hobgoblin ear up against the door to listen.
Okay. Then give me the appropriate check, if you will. Give me a stealth.
All right. Seeing if I had anything spell-wise, which I don't. All right.
Stealth reveals
9.
Okay. Rye. Perception check.
Sure.
I'm not sneaky.
And I know where that is because I'm really good at this.
Oh my god, you just barely beat me.
Just barely caught it. Rye, you are in the midst of clearing your throat. When you hear a creak from above, despite Oz's intentions, the old wooden the floorboards, they seem to creak under Oz's feet. You can hear it on the second floor. Oz, do you stop moving the moment that there is a large creak?
Mm-hmm.
And a pause. Right, do you investigate at all? Or do you wait? What does this look like for you?
I think by this point, he would probably be trying to look at the other books that were there. He might have noticed the creak and might take note of it, but otherwise probably unconcerned.
Okay. All right, so then we investigate the books further. You're finally getting your first look and glance over these titles. You did note that Eli managed to walk away with the Order of the Palatine Eye, the Velvet Book with the brass beetle.
Yeah, I note that for sure. Seems weird. He was trying to take the key earlier. Now it's open, he's just taking the books.
Hopefully. The book's before you. Unverified Madness. Jet black book. Seems to be decorated with odd symbols. And open the cover, it appears to be a treatise on aberrations and other entities found, tucked away in the dark tapestry.
As Rye looks at these things, he is very reminded of his past. Not that he necessarily recognizes these specific symbols, but they remind him of the crying chains of his homeland, which is the symbol of,
Yes.
So, he notes to himself that, he's no stranger to dark incantations or, darkness in general. And honestly, since he got here, he's felt more at home than ever. There's he's noticed a certain quality about the area that is very familiar to him. It's the atmosphere that's not so strange, considering his background.
If you had to describe it, this feeling, this comfortable feeling, specifically for Rye, how would you describe it?
Heavy, very heavy. Yeah, like a heaviness in the air. Sort of like a subconscious darkness, almost like an acknowledgement that how would I word this? Just an instinct or a feeling that he has, that he's been around this before. He's understood this sort of oppressive atmosphere, and it just sort of feels similar, heavy.
Sure.
And now that he's looking at these symbols, he's starting to not put anything together, but he's not ignorant to how he feels about it. It's a very gut feeling. You ever felt that heaviness in your chest?
Of course.
Yeah, like when you're really tired, like you just got to, that's kind of what he feels.
But you struggle on, even though it's uncomfortable to most. It's a place that you find comfort in.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, he feels at home here, even though it is uncomfortable.
Sure. The remaining texts, one of which appears to be a personal journal of Lorimor himself, the others being religious texts, one dubbed Serving Your Hunger, apparently speaking of the goddess of Urgathoa. Lorimor's notations liberally sprinkle the margins on nearly every page. And then the Umbral Leaves, which is noted a lexicon of translations from the unholy book of Zon-Kuthon.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, are you for real?
Yeah.
Hold on.
We learned that last episode.
Oh shit. That's interesting. Okay, that would be very familiar to him.
Okay.
He is no stranger to Zon-Kuthon.
Okay.
So interesting. Okay, he would pick up that book first and probably start fingering through it.
All right, it's this particular book. It seems to speak about the teachings of Zon-Kuthon. And are you trying to garner more information regarding the god, or is there something that you were hoping to learn specifically?
No, I think he is just. I think he's probably a little hyper focused on anything about Zon-Kuthon.
Okay,
but generally just reading through, just a skim, just kind of trying to gain some sort of bearing with what this book actually is. He would probably grab the journal too and probably start reading the entries. He would just go sit back on the leather couch.
Just in case you'd like to read it, I will kick this back to your forefront so that you can see that. You can blow that up. That's the entries that are circled in Petros' journal.
Man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. That's crazy.
Good.
That's not something I'm afraid now that you're excited that you have a book that pertains to like the Midnight Lord and the Prince of Pain. Like, that's not a good thing.
Well, I mean, there's a lot about
Rye
you don't know.
It's a very unholy book.
There's a lot about Rye we just don't know yet. That's right.
I know. I'm just saying, out of character, I'm very concerned.
Yeah.
In character, no clue.
No, that makes total sense. I'm concerned as well, out of character.
You're doing me a concern, son. One whole concern. So, Oz, you wait. You pause. The trepidation of waiting for Rye to peek around the corner to discover you. But he never quite moves in that direction.
Do I hear him flipping through pages or something?
You probably would hear the cover crack open, various page flippings.
I wait till it seems like he's opened whatever it is he's looking at, and it seems like he's reading, and then I will proceed to take steps.
Okay. Do you sneak again, or are you a bit clear about your intent?
I think he's continuing to be sneaky.
Okay,
'cause
give me
he
another
doesn't
sneak, please.
want to
Give me a
get
stealth.
caught.
Another stealth.
Yeah.
Well, she's doing that. Can I ask, would I see the symbol of my hometown there?
Something akin
in that
to it.
book?
Something very akin to it, right? Like the item, or at least the divine symbol that indoctrinates and includes this particular deity is the skull with the thorny chain going through the eyes.
Yes, he calls it the Krang chains.
Yes.
Yes.
And yeah, that's
or the tear chains. Some people call it the tear chain.
Correct. It is the prominent symbol that is displayed in multiple pages, various art styles from various times. But yeah, this is very much to a tome of Dubral.
Dude, as soon as he sees like that symbol or close to it, he gets that tightness in his chest just like amplifies, and he just gets this sinking, almost depressive feeling from it.
So maybe that feeling of home wasn't too far off the mark.
Yes, but not necessarily maybe for good reasons.
Right. Oz, you stealth down the hallway the rest of the way, and that sound gets just a little louder. What sounded like whisperings becomes a bit more clear. Give me a new perception, please. You're within 5 feet of the door.
Ooh. 21.
Very good. Very good. You hear the voice of a woman. You can't seem to make out any of the words, but you're confident that it's a conversation. You're used to the pauses and breaks. You occasionally hear a gasp, but nothing like out of fear, just of breath. And it doesn't seem to slow down. It's the pacing of discourse. Do you move closer?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to put your ear on the door?
Yes.
All right. Then give me one last stealth.
All right.
And one last perception. That
8.
is-
Oh, it's great. 8 is great. Right? Right? That's how we're playing. 23.
Well, your perception is fantastic.
I hear what I want to see.
That, yes. But
Right?
you know what? I've got to give her a
Wait,
chance.
can I re-roll that stealth?
Bet your ass you
It could
can.
be worse.
You totally
I'm
can.
gonna re-roll the stealth.
You got
Thank
2 luck rerolls.
Re-rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, 20.
Oh, that's so much better. I've got to give her a chance.
Donated, thank you. Or whoever subbed, thank you for the subbage.
Got to give her a shot. Oh. Oz, even or odd in your
shit.
favor. Give me an even or odd in your favor.
Wait, what? Chat, what do you think? Even or odd? You know what? He's odd. Odd.
Odd? Okay. All right.
Oz is odd, and it rhymes.
Even.
Re-roll it.
You can
re-roll his roll.
You can choose again.
There's a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, you can choose again.
This is a terrible thing to use my reroll on. Let's do it.
Okay. All right.
That means
Then
y'all need to sub more.
even or odd in your favor.
Oh, we're doing it again? I think we stay with odd, right? Like,
You want to stay with odd? All right.
we stand our ground. This is bad.
Odd.
Fog.
You move very, 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 very carefully to the door. You look down, glancing for the potential right step. And you can see in the floorboards where feet have fallen for many years. A heavier foot seems to have marred this wooden floor, and you're almost certain that if you would have stepped down there, it would have delivered a creak. You just step out of the way, moving on the light front pads of your feet. And sure enough, it's silence. You place your ear to the door to listen. And it's Kendra. She's praying. She's praying to anyone who will listen. She's scared. She says that there are strangers in her home. She doesn't know what to do. She's worried that something is incredibly wrong with the statement of the burial. That it's been pointed out that it wasn't an accident. You hear a gasp into a cry. You hear her say, "What am I going to do? What am I going to do?" There's a pause. You wait for a while, 10 seconds, 20, 30 seconds. But then you hear another voice. It says, "In due time." But it sounds as if it's right next to the door. You pause. You're certain it's just inches away. As you continue to listen, you hear the drag of what sounds like a nail across the door right where your ear is. You see the firelight lick from under the door, but you see no silhouette or no shadow of anything in the way. What does Oz do?
Is there a keyhole or enough of a crack in the ground that he could, look under?
There is both, actually.
He'll look in the keyhole.
Okay.
So the vision of that.
You move downward just enough to place your eye to a keyhole, and it's relatively small. It's very dark. You peer into the room, you let your eye adjust. There's a torch by the bed, just a small lantern that's built up. You see Kendra resting in bed. Your eye focuses. She's laid out clothing for tomorrow. In the corner there appears to be a desk. It's just bedraggled, ran wild with paperwork. On the left-hand side there's an armoire, various bits of furniture, some chair. But right as you're about to pull your eye away, something passes by the keyhole.
Can I tell what it is?
It was just dark. It moved at the pace of a person, or someone just tall enough to block the light of the keyhole.
I think Oz waits to see if there's any more conversation.
Nothing as far as you can tell. There is a gap beneath the door. The light is still there. It seems to be becoming a bit more tepid. It's not as bright. It's starting to dim. Your guess is it might be burning out the oil.
All right. Oz knows that Rye is in the other room, right? Seems
yeah.
like he's still awake. Everyone else is asleep.
Rye is no more than 20 feet away.
Oz backs away quietly from the door and then slowly makes his way to where Rye would be.
Give me a perception.
Oh, wrong one. 17.
Oz, as you slowly begin to back away to place yourself in a situation where you can walk to Rye, you glance down just briefly, just to see where you step. And you notice that there are 4 tips of fingers just beneath the door. And when you begin to shift your weight, they pull back rapidly.
Nah, fuck that.
Do I know any, like, arcane spells that would make a shadow creature or something like that? Because that's what it looks like, right?
You know that magic almost has no bounds. You've talked for ages with Lorimor about this.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem to feel like magic. You are certain that you heard the sound of skin sliding across the wooden floor. That squeaky like grab across the floor itself. It was brief, but you're certain you heard it.
This is going to be interesting. Yeah, I go get Rye.
Does Oz look a little shaken? Do you think Oz would be a little shaken by this?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oz is not like hiding anything. He like sneakily walks away from the door because he doesn't want whatever's by the door to hear him.
Okay.
And then as soon as he's like in enough space where he feels like there's enough difference, he will kind of like, when you think there's like, I don't know if any of you guys have done this, but you go down the hallway or into your room and it's dark and you get this feeling like someone's chasing you, so you like run and turn the light on.
Yeah, hell yes.
That's the feeling that Oz feels, and kind of like runs to the room that Rye's in. And then he just like walks casually once he gets in there.
Okay, sure. All right, so
Oz is weird.
So you just throwing this out there, I know exactly what you feel, because having a young child with electronic toys that happen to just pop on in the middle of the night, there's quite a few reactions like that. Yeah, where I'll just be walking and all of a sudden something will go like, hey, it'll just like laugh or something. And I'm just like,
that would be creepy.
Oh, dude, I was walking through the house the other day and one of her electronic toys goes, shh.
Nope, out.
Nope, yep.
And I was so scared that I responded with, all I said was, hold on. Because I didn't know if it was a real person or not. And I was so freaked out. And I just went to the bathroom. Like I just walked. So I was like, if it's somebody here for me, then they're probably so like, what the fuck? You so nonchalant about this that like it allowed me to pee and regain my composure. It's fucking terrifying.
Listen, intruders, I have an immediate bowel evacuation. So forgive me.
Yeah.
Like really, my kid had this thing from a Teletubby creator. It was a show called Booba, and it used to just go Booba randomly.
Why are people's toys like this?
I don't know, but it like at 2 a.m. walking out of my stream room in my old house. Booba. Okay, bye.
What happened to toys that like said actual words?
Hold on now.
Like
we had Furbies
in my boot.
And Furbies didn't always say words. They said some creepy
I'm not
shit.
about Furbies either. Yeah. You're using Furbies as a legitimate toy? Those things are fucking creepy. That's
they are.
Nightmare fuel. They have like eyes that open and close. Like anything that opens and closes its eyes and mouths.
If I heard childlike laughter at night, I'd be like, guess we got to burn the house. That's the only
somebody's toys in the water hole.
Yeah. Unit 0, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs.
Sorry. I didn't mean to derail us. I'm sorry.
And Nuez also gifted 5 subs. So that's
well,
that's
now
another
we know how to
roll.
creep Ronald out.
Another lucky roll, guys.
Ronald, come play with me.
Nope. Right there. That's where I just go.
The show. Bye.
Yep. Puppets freak me out, man.
I go outside and I just sit in the car for the rest of the night. I'm like, you know what? When I see the sun come up, then I'll go back in. That's when I know it's safe.
Yeah, it's not.
All right.
Try again another day.
So, based on the description that you've given me, I'm going to take a small liberty here. So Oz very, very carefully creeps over to the lip of the stairs and with haste runs down the steps. It is not quiet by any means.
No,
It sounds
I'm like
almost as if
I'm
someone
like
is being thrown
230 pounds
down the
of
steps.
Hobgobbo.
Can I get a perception from Eli and Temerity? If you've fallen asleep at all, it's only briefly. It's pretty much right at the top.
I'm drunk.
I chugged half a carafe of wine and said, "Today I choose sleep."
I choose sleep on this day. Perfect. Okay, and Temerity also got a 9. All right, that's
Yeah. This is great. Oh God, this is gonna be great. I can't wait to see what Rye does.
perfect. Okay, so Eli and Temerity out of it. They built this house something fierce, or they are just exhausted. Either way, Rye, it doesn't take a lot. There is silence as you're delving into this book of Zon-Kuthon, and you're feeling this tightness in your chest begin to well up. The fire seems to draw breath at a sturdy wind that flies down the flue. And then you hear the abrupt noise of something rushing down the steps. This. Do you panic at all, Rye? Does this throw you into?
No, because I heard somebody earlier. If I hadn't, yeah.
Okay, sure. Do you turn at the very least?
Yes, I do turn because it is quite a commotion. And what do I see when I turn?
What does Rye see when Oz breaks the corner?
Oz breaks the corner like in a dash, but he's like he also can't breathe, and then he like leans like casual, like I totally didn't just run down a flight of stairs like I was scared shitless. I'm totally cool.
Let me get a bluff from Oz.
Yeah, sure. All right, bluff. Not bad at this.
Oh
24.
wow. Okay. That's Oz, cool as a cucumber under pressure at this point. Rye, you can try sense motive.
I mean, I don't think he's that concerned with it.
Sure.
Like, he's more focused on what's happening in the book. But he does look at Oz sort of like, yeah? Is it like, what's up? You know, like, can I help you?
Sure.
You know? I actually point to the direction of the bathroom. That's what I did.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I just kind of look at him.
Kind of looks that way, and he's like, "What's over there?"
I just, bathroom.
Oh no, I don't need to go. Oh, you wonder why I'm here? Yeah.
I nod.
If I come in?
Certainly. I like.
That you mind or that you don't mind?
I put my hand up, like, take a seat in one of the chairs near the couch. I assume the table's nearby, right? So I just kind of motion, like, grab a chair, pull it up.
Oz waddles in and sits down, and then he like leans forward really seriously, and he goes, "Did you hear that?"
I look at him and I just say, if you're talking about you walking around earlier, yes. But if you're speaking about other things, and I kind of pick up the book, like kind of knowingly, and I just kind of say, I think we're all in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're implying the trouble's coming from, but yes.
And I actually sort of open up a little bit, and I say, well, let me show you. And I flip open the book to the symbol.
Oz puts his hand on like your hand, closes the book, and he's like, "No, we got some more immediate problems. There's someone in the room. There's someone in Kendra's room."
I'm looking down at the hand that's really close to me and like looking back at Oz, kind of eyeing the hand.
Don't touch your hand, but I close the book. I'm like,
yeah, it's still a little close.
You don't like
That's why
touched.
I'm not freaking out, but I'm still kind of like, okay. What makes you say that?
I was coming down the stairs being real quiet because I heard something. I was getting a snack, eating some food, and I heard some voices, And at first I thought maybe she was just doing a prayer, but then, something said something back.
Oh, don't worry about that. She's drunk, probably.
No, it was like a creepy male voice. Like the kind, you hear about in those grim stories. I've read a few of them. Haven't seen them myself.
Are you sure?
They always give them like a creepy voice.
Are you sure it wasn't the
I
Eli?
Peeked in the room and I saw something moving around.
He thinks right now you're talking about Temerity. He thinks you're like, he doesn't know who she is.
Right.
No,
right.
I said Kendra.
Yeah. You did say Kendra?
Earlier. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad then. Oh, he was assuming it was, he was like, yeah, of course she's making noise. She just grabbed the wine. She's getting twisted right now. Like, you heard a male voice? Yeah, it's probably Eli. They're rooming up right now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is. It's fucking crazy here. People are shacking up.
He would have let you know that he was talking about Kendra. Yeah.
Brad's like, this is like home, basically.
So he's just he looks at you for a second and he just says, I'm not surprised. What did you hear?
Well, it said something about in due time. She was like praying him, which I do feel bad about listening to, but I don't really believe in that kind of stuff. Because, like, if you're praying to somebody and no one's doing anything back, then, it's kind of pointless. But maybe she's praying to somebody that's actually answering, because she got an answer. Anyways, she seemed really worried about, us.
I stop her like right there, and I'm like, what did the voice sound like?
Sounded like a creepy male.
Rye looks down.
And he tries to replicate it. It said, in due time. Like, like something like that.
Rye looks down at the book and back at the symbol that he recognized, and back at Oz, and just tells him, I believe you.
Well, what are we going to do about it? Should we go in there? Should we, bust the door open, fight it?
I shake my head and I say, I've learned with forces like these, subtlety is valuable.
Right.
You're smart enough to know something's going on, and so do I. But we don't know
I don't
who's
want to be
involved
anywhere
here.
near when the busting in the door happens.
And at that, I kind of look around. And I get a little quieter, just a little quieter. And I'm just like, we don't know who we can trust here.
Oz all of a sudden looks around too, all like suspect.
I look you in the eye. I look you in the eye and I say, I asked you back at the funeral if you were real. If you were really in this for the intentions that you claimed. And I believe you are. I believe you are here for pure purposes. The fact that you are curious about what's going on is very important to me. Seems the others are sort of content, but I think we know better. And that's when I pull up the book. That's when I pull up the book and I point out the symbol.
Okay.
And I
looks
say,
at you with his red beady eyes.
I say,
looks down.
Look at this. Where I'm from, we call these the crying chains, or the tears of chains.
That doesn't sound like a good thing, when chains are crying. Is that a normal thing where you're from?
Unfortunately, yes.
This explains a lot.
I come from a place called Nadal. Lived there my whole life. Well, most of it. I left in my young adulthood for reasons. Well, escaped, really. Nobody in that town is there on their own volition. It's not a good sign. It's a sign that I'm very familiar with. There is something called the Umbral Court in Nadal. They were tyrannical. They hurt me in many ways. And seeing the symbol here and feeling the atmosphere, we're not all going to get out of this alive.
Well, then I don't want to be here. That doesn't sound very promising. I was just here to help my friend, and I just want to figure out what happened to him. But I also don't want to die. I think Professor L would understand that.
I think all of us are going to have to make that choice eventually.
What do you think this has to do with whatever's in her room? What if something's going to hurt her? She didn't say anyone else was here, did she?
Here's the thing. Death is as far as I know, is a release. Zon-Kuthon, he's about pain. It's not going to be so easy for us, or Kendra.
Well, I don't really care for pain, so how do we stop it?
We run. We run and we never look back.
All right, everybody, campaign's over. We'll see you.
Hey, man, like he's like, hey, that's how I dealt with it last time. I ran and I escaped. I got the fuck out. So
I'm just kidding. You just see like Oz's eyes widen and the red beady eyes he has like get bigger. And he just kind of stares at you. He's like, well, what if they find us?
I'm not saying we should leave. I am, however, saying that we're in a great amount of danger. I think everybody's suspicious, and I think you were right to creep around in the middle of the night like you did. For right now...
Well, I wasn't creeping around. I was just getting a snack.
Rye looks at you with like, like a no, yeah, like, you know, he heard you earlier, but
bluff.
I know that is a 24 bluff, but he did hear you creeping around earlier, so
I'm a big boy.
I think he could tell you were treading lightly, maybe, but I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe.
That moment
he does trust you, though.
When Oz goes looking for a snack and just finds Rye.
Oh, nice! I like it. That's good.
Awfully close to that door for a snack.
Well, like I said, I heard something, you know, I was getting my snack on and then I heard some voices and I was like, well, wonder who that is. And so I was, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I was creeping. I was trying to listen in, but then to my surprise, there's someone in her room.
Rye takes a deep breath at this. He says, for now, I think we should hold this close to us. Just the two of us, for now.
What if something happens to her tonight? We're supposed to be watching out for her. Like, protecting her, right? Professor L said that. I don't know if that means we have to watch her, like, all the time, or do we just watch her sometimes? Or, like, are we allowed to leave? I don't understand this agreement that we've made.
In all likelihood.
What I do know is that money's going to make a big difference for me.
I nod at that, like a big nod, and kind of sigh again. And I look Oz in the eye and I say, at this point,
I don't even think I've seen one plat in my existence.
At this point, I think Kendra's just as suspicious as anyone. And if you're talking about keeping an eye on her, I think that should maybe be for different reasons than just protection.
Well, what other reasons would I be looking at her for?
Well, speaking to dark entities in the middle of the night, it's not really a great sign. If she's not hurt by morning, what can we assume? She's in league? She's a friend? A stranger? Either way, doesn't really matter. She's communing with the dark.
All right. Well, I'll keep the secret with you, but I don't feel comfortable about it.
Nor should you. But what are you gonna do? It's 100 platinum. Isn't it 100 platinum?
Yeah, it's 100 platinum. Oz leans back. All right, well, give me one of those other books and I'll help look. And I think Oz will just continue helping Rye, like, research as much as we can. Like, we go we're like that dude.
Yeah, yeah, Charlie. Yeah, we're like Charlie in the mail room.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's a real conspiracy here.
Yeah, no, that's happening. That's what's happening. So
that's...
maybe I don't get as much sleep, but that does happen.
Yeah, I'm willing to ply over the books for a little bit prior to the books. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I thought Rye was gonna like bust in there. That's why I was like, I don't know.
I would have for sure.
Yeah, I thought that was. I was like, well, if no one else woke up, this is gonna be interesting because I don't know which way this is gonna go.
I was waiting to see if Oz was going to wake everybody else up, but it sounds like the rest of the night goes over carefully. I don't want to say smoothly as much as it is careful. It sounds like there is some vigilance to the eyes and to the ears. Do you get sleep, Rye?
Yeah, I do. Sure. I'm tired. Been through a lot. My ankle's throbbing a little bit from earlier.
Do you treat it at all, or do you just let that pain just kind of
simmer? I do. I don't want an infection. Burns are susceptible to that. So yeah, I do bandage it.
Okay.
It's nothing special. There's no ointments. I mean, it's just basic covering the wound.
Oz, do you tend back to Peck and get some sleep, or do you stay down here now?
No, I gotta, check on my pecker and make sure that
before Oz goes though,
tucked in. Mm-hmm.
I look at Oz and Rye just says, "Mum's the word, not a word, till we can get to know thee." Mm-hmm.
So when you say the word mum, that's when we talk about it?
I stop at that and kind of chuckle and I nod. Yes, if I say mum, we can talk about it. Keep an eye on the others.
I feel like I'm in one of those secret groups, where you have like a code word. That's what's happening here, right? Like we should make a name. We should have a name.
Let's just let's take it a step at a time.
All right, I'll think on some names. And then Oz kind of like walks back.
Before you leave, though, I know you're like going again, and they like it, but like Rye just sort of says, one more thing. You mentioned earlier that you grew up alone, or at least that you didn't have your family. I was just wondering, what was that like? Was that difficult? Did you feel like you found your way?
Well, everyone has a path, I suppose. And I guess I made it here, so that's the way, right? I don't know. I have seen some other people and how their families run. Chef always tells me about his family. Always interests me. Earl, his name's Earl. Yeah, he's the head chef where I work.
Did you miss your family?
Well, I never really knew him, I suppose. I probably have some siblings out there. My mom and my dad, but where I come from, I guess everybody's your family. It's a little bit different. But
at this, Rye looks a little sad at the words, but he nods.
More like you're all in battle together. Different type of brotherhood, I suppose.
Interesting. Well,
I never really got along with them all, though. Kind of made fun of me. And then I would just eat my feelings. That's how I met Head Chef Earl.
And Like Rye's like head chef Earl. Like what? Like he's like he feels like he wants to pry, but he's like kind of tired. He knows that he does.
Yeah.
You know. So he just says, you know, well, I'd probably ask you about that later at another time.
Yeah, anytime. Earl's pretty awesome. I have lots of stories to tell, so if you're interested, also a lot of recipes. I've learned a lot from him. We've been cooking and I've learned all kinds of things.
Thank you, Oz. I'm gonna look at this book a little bit more and then try to get some sleep. If you hear anything else, please don't hesitate to come get me. I'm a light sleeper.
All right. We should have like a secret meeting night or something. And then we can like, share information that we gather.
If we make it too much of a deal, Oz, we'll ruin the secret.
Just keep it up. You're going to have like matching tattoos and coins and stuff.
Yeah, right? I just, kind of say, in due time. But for now, just keep an eye on our companions.
Oz nods. And now Oz walks back with purpose. Like he feels like he's part of some secret club he's never been a part of. He thinks he might have just made a friend, which I don't think he's ever had other than Earl. And when he walks past the door again, he tries to sneak because he's scared.
Okay.
And then he'll like speed up back to his room.
You quickly make your way to the room, trying not to make much more noise. And the night paces out. We reach morning. Easy enough. Everyone will probably awaken to the noises of cooking. Sounds of pots and pans moving, bustling with a large open fire. You hear a call out, "Is anyone hungry?" Rye, you're probably the first to hear this.
I shoot up like at a loud voice near me. I'm just like, ooh, like up, like smelling salts. I'm kind of disoriented, but I'm trying to quickly in my head rectify the memories of last night with my dreams and with the idea of food. And this is all hitting me at once as I wake up. And then I kind of shake my head a little bit and clear the cobwebs and raise my hand because I am absolutely hungry.
You raise your hand in the vacant and empty room.
Yeah, I like wake up and I'm like, wait, food? And I just raise my hand. Like I just start looking around because I'm just like, yeah. It almost seems like second nature to wake up like that. Like I just shoot up at the hearing of food and it's really disorienting. And I'm just like hand up in the air.
Kendra comes marching into the open archway and she seems to have like a rag. She's like drying up her hands. Do you have a question? Are you back in school? Are you asking for permission?
I'm sorry. And he puts his hand down real fast. I heard something about food.
Yes, I'm preparing breakfast. And if you would be so kind as to reach the others, I will begin preparing plates. I'm assuming, and she kind of like gives you a glance over, you eat heavily so.
When I'm lucky. I stand up and I sort of stretch and like I'm stretching because I'm just waking up, but I'm also sort of flexing while I stretch. It's kind of like a stretch flex,
Sure.
And I'm just kind of like, like I'm going to go get the others, but I am kind of putting on a little bit of a show for Kendra, just a little bit.
Sure. She's
trying to play it cool.
Continues to kind of like dry up her hands and she looks you over for a moment and then she glances back, like her eyes come up to meet you, your eyes, and then she just points, "Bathroom's that way. If nature seems to be calling, I'll be in the kitchen."
I nod and say thank you, and then I walk up the stairs and over to the rooms. I knock on the first room that I come to.
Okay. All right, very good. You knock on the first door. You said you've gone upstairs, so that would be to Oz.
Yeah, I go get Oz first.
Oz, there is a heavy
Oz
knock at the door.
Perfect.
Loud knock upon the door, and Peck is the first to respond with a rooster call. And it jars you awake. You're jostled. You hear the knock again. Oz, do you say anything?
Oz wakes up and he's like, I'm not ready yet, Pecker.
Right, you can hear
That's what he
Oz.
says.
And this almost like it's the morning voice, right? So it's a little groggy. I'm not ready yet.
Oz, breakfast. I knock
Oz
again.
hears that it's Rye's voice and immediately gets up and he's like, come on, Pecker, put on those pants. We got to get going.
I'm not ready yet. Breakfast.
It's a meeting
I'm
of the
suddenly
Midnight
ready.
Society.
Yeah.
It's the Midnight
You
Society.
hear him say this out loud to the chicken, and he's like, there's like some wrestling, there's some feather sounds. Basically, he's, for the viewers who are in the room with the camera, he's putting on a pair of pants onto this chicken, and then he's putting the chicken in the bucket, and then he's like grabbing his things, and stuff's clanking around, and he makes his way to the door.
Temerity,
Probably
Eli.
takes like a little bit of time.
Perception, please. The clanking and the banging, the additional yell, and now the rooster
probably.
call.
And the rooster's just going off.
Easy enough. It's you slept for a while. It was a very, very long journey to get to this point. And well, not to say that you weren't inebriated, but you had some assistance in reaching sleep. When you hear the beckon call of morning, or at least of something, Pecker cacaws. The rooster call above. It wakes you both at roughly the same time. Oz's voice above, I'm not ready yet. And then you can hear the barrel, the gruffness of Rye. Breakfast. It's all of about 15, 20 feet away, just above you.
As soon as I knock and I hear him I hear Oz scrambling, I kind of shake my head and head over to the maid quarters to let Temerity and Eli know what's going on.
Sure.
Just give a knock.
Knock at the door.
Yeah. Breakfast.
Well, Eli, he'll slowly wake up, a bit groggy, still. Immediately can smell food. Has a passing thought of, oh man, I hope they didn't eat it all. That's, they seem like very hungry individuals. So he'll swing his legs off to the side of the bed, but he won't, jump up like a spring chicken or anything. He's gonna have some soreness in one of his legs that he has to kind of work out in the morning.
Yeah.
So he'll slowly rise to his feet, kind of stretch, lean in on one leg, stretch a bit, and then look over to Temerity, see what she's doing as he starts packing his things up, very particularly in the bag, and immediately checking for the book under the pillow to make sure it's still there.
At the knock, my feet hit the floor. I am a quick waker-upper.
Sure.
And I would, stretch slightly, but reach for my coat.
You grab your coat. You don it.
And anything else that I had put down in
Sure.
a temporary fashion before bed, I'll gather up and bring with me. I'm sure maybe I'll leave my backpack because I'm pretty sure we're not traveling around the house with those. Right. But I have everything else. And then I would just take a look over at Eli. I'll meet you up there and just breeze out.
Sounds good. And I'm actually going to just pack all of my things up because I'm ready for the day. And I know we're going to be getting out hopefully and trying to find some answers and stuff. And I like to keep all of my things, compact and with me, inventoried.
Sure. That sounds just fine. Everybody will, in the short time that it takes them to prepare, they will meet kitchen side, where you see that Kendra has her sleeves rolled all the way up to the bicep, and she has a rag thrown over her shoulder, and she is very, very heartily so moving this very large scale pan, and there's a sizzle that comes from it, the sizzle of meat. Any of you are not unfamiliar to the sound. When she turns, it's bacon.
Oh.
She has fat rasherback bacon that she has been very, very keenly focusing upon.
I haven't eaten dinner yet, but I'm so hungry.
She has what looks to be some sort of ceramic-like bowl in the center, and when she sees you arrive, Oz, she looks to Peck, and there's a moment where she has this question. Her jaw sort of falls slack. I hope that eggs won't be a problem.
Me?
I didn't think to ask. Are eggs and bacon a problem for anyone?
Not a problem here. I'll eat as many eggs and as many bacons as you will provide.
Good.
That's quite kind of you. Thank you.
Good. I was.
Pecker doesn't
worried.
have the same feelings.
Just happy it's not jerky. I appreciate it.
No,
But I take some
nothing of the
food out
sort.
of some kind of pouch and I like take a little bowl and I put the food in it and you just hear Pecker just like eating away.
The incessant pecking noise that you've come to almost find comforting at times. Might have at some point overfed him, but that's neither here nor there.
No, it's like a plant. The more food and space you give them, the bigger they're going to grow. And you can't stop that. You just got to let them do their thing.
I asked Kendra if there's a place I could clean up a little bit. Maybe wash my hands, my face, that kind of thing before breakfast.
She asks if you need bath drawn, or if it's something that you just need like a bowl to wash your face in.
Oz
As soon as she
says some words and you all of a sudden feel clean because I can prestidigitation you.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You can feel clean, but it doesn't actually, it doesn't clean you. It just will alter the texture, will alter the feel until prestidigitation wears off.
Do I know that though?
Probably not.
I'm going to feel clean while
Depends.
technically not actually being clean.
Oz, do you cast a spell when he says that?
Oz casts a spell and then he winks at you like we have a secret club wink.
Sure. Oz, do me a favor. Give me a D1000.
Oh no!
What is this for?
It's wild magic.
It's wild magic.
Why?
Ley lines, Oz.
You forgot, Oz.
Yeah, but what did I do?
You didn't do anything wrong.
14. Wow, that's
Wow, that
actually
is
low.
super
Here comes
low.
another
First magic.
stink cloud. Here you go. Here comes a fireball in the middle of the.
Oh my god!
Oh no.
No.
What is it?
All right. This is funny.
God damn it.
14. Frothing. The target of the
Who's
spell.
frothing?
The target of the spell suddenly begins to froth at the mouth uncontrollably and prolifically for the next hour.
Oh, somebody's hungry.
I thought you were gonna say loins, which made more sense to me. But sure, okay. Eli just starts frothing at the fucking mouth, and I look rather confused. And I look over at Oz and I'm like trying to mouth what I'm saying, but it's just fucking drool and gribble coming out of my fucking face, and I look so annoyed and confused. And I'm trying to talk and I can't, and I keep drooling and I'm embarrassed and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oz is like, I didn't do that. That's not what I was trying. And Oz does not know what to do because that wasn't what he was trying to do.
I start gagging because some of the spit is going down my throat, and as I'm trying to talk, so I'm like,
I get my bucket and I bring my bucket over.
I'm just making all these fucking crazy ass noises. I look like a psychopath. My eyes are starting to water a little bit. I'm just I'm looking for the bathroom at this point. I'm looking at everybody like I'm a fucking mad dog. My hands in the air. I have no idea what I'm doing. And I'm just looking at Kendra and I'm signaling for a bathroom, but I'm frothing. I don't know. I'm freaking out a little bit.
No bath for me, thank you.
Kendra draws a bath for you. Oh, like a fucking pit bull, dude.
She draws a bath for me?
Oh yeah, yes. I am encouraging this because this is just too funny to me. Just
dude, I go in the bathroom and I like shut the door and I like get in the I like look at, is there a mirror?
There's probably a small hand mirror. Yes.
I'm looking at that hand mirror and I'm just watching myself drool and I am like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I'm so embarrassed. Like, I don't know why. I just lost all control of my mouth. So I like get in the bath and I just sit in the bath trying to figure out what to do as my mouth just drools all into the water.
Yeah. It's go ahead.
I'm gonna follow him.
Oh yeah.
Because Jesus. Here we go. Well, because I have a healing like I know, I kind of think I know what's going on, but I don't know. Maybe he ate, like, did he already start eating the bacon? I don't know. Right? Like,
Rye was the first one in the kitchen.
Right.
So who knows? This could be a testament to Kendra's cooking.
Right, like.
So you're knocking?
Yeah.
I'm like grumbling back, like.
I'm gonna crack the door, but not like go, like are you okay in there?
When you crack the door, you're peeking through?
No, I'm just kind of like, so I'll crack. Okay, here's what we're doing. So I'm cracking the door. I'm gonna put like a little blue hand in and be like, hey, you okay? But I'm still here, right? Here's the door. Like, hey, you all right in there?
You hear like an exasperated sort of grunt, and you hear like my hands flop into the water, like, I don't fucking know. Like, but I can't talk because I'm fucking frothing. So I'm like, and I just like drop my hands in the water. I'm like so confused. And I'm like, I start talking, like I'm trying to ask what's going on with me, but it sounds like.
Can I, do I need a line of sight for detect magic?
Dude, stop it.
You just hear like some weird, over here. You just hear some like weird, like motorboating sound, like
Jesus.
Yeah, so it's spraying out of my mouth like Kill Bill.
Okay, so did you one hurgle gurgle for yes and 2 for no. Did you eat something weird?
I am like grunting and I'm starting to I'm starting to sound angry. And I'm like slapping the water and I'm like trying to explain myself, but I'm just not doing it.
Okay,
man.
Slap the water. I'm about to come in there and I don't think either one of us will. I'm not even gonna go there. Do you slap the water once for yes, you ate some funky food, or twice for you don't know what the hell is going on?
I slap it twice. Slap it twice in like an angry kind of way, like it's like this, like slap. Like it's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Very curt slaps. He has no idea, and he's angry.
Yeah, man.
So, do I need to do anything to detect magic? Like, can I like do it like in the door? Like,
I mean, you can.
I have to like.
You can definitely detect magic if that's something that you would like to do. I mean, you would have to like look in the direction of the target.
God. Okay, so I'll kind of peek, and there's no mirror in there, right? Except for the handheld,
no mirror,
right?
no mirror. There's just the handheld.
No particular reason I'm asking, but the. All right, so I'm gonna see. Like, can I guess that's good.
This is like the Witcher bath scene, except it's Rye and he's just drooling,
frothing. Yeah, I'm just, and I am sitting like that, like my legs spread,
like just drooling.
I am like legs spread, like limp, because I'm big and I'm 6'3", you know, like 230 or something. So I'm like, my limbs are like out of the tub, and I'm just sitting there, fucking frothing. And are you stepping in?
Right.
Temerity. I need a D1000.
Fuck.
This is the last one. I promise. This is the last one.
Hey man, this is life. Everyone's trying to fucking cast spells
Thankfully,
on me
it's
to
not
help
just
me.
me.
Oh my god! No. That was just
wrong.
1,000.
I did it wrong. What do I? Okay.
Jesus.
Remind me what I know, because I was about to pee my pants.
/R space
1,000. Then you got it.
Yeah.
I typed /roll 1,000.
Just 1D1000.
/R space 1,000.
And Rye explodes in the tub, mixing his blood and grist and visceral with the water.
Yeah, 1D 1,000.
Okay, because all I did was /roll 1,000, so 1D
space
1D
1,000.
Okay, all right.
Okay. That's still really high, but it's like not 1,000. I think 1,000 is like bad.
Rye's gonna be so pissed at whatever this is, unless it's something good.
It would be funny if the episode just ended right there. We all just exploded.
Hey, everyone just cast a spell on Rye for wild magic, and that's the show, kids.
All new characters next week. Join us.
Yeah.
Except for Wyld, he'll come back and be like, "What the hell?"
Oh my god.
How will Rye get out of this one? It's that guy. It's
Oh
Rye.
no, is it worse?
Oh no! Oh no!
It's not worse for Rye.
Oh, because how could it be worse?
Oh god, I'm excited.
What have I done?
Temerity.
She loses all her clothes.
Temerity.
'Cause that would be the funniest thing.
You this is teleport. You teleport to the target occupying same square. You teleport yourself directly into the tub with Rye.
I am looking at you. Like, where are you? Okay, I'll let, because this is your character. I'm not gonna presume anything. You let me know how you look on top of me.
Okay, so let me set the scene.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Am I in the same position?
Are you standing?
I hope you're not standing.
You tell me.
Oh, I mean, is it just like a 1-for-1 am I just like standing here and then I like teleport in the same position, or am I like
technically like you blink,
experience weightlessness and like feel like I'm falling?
You blink
like,
to that point, like it's
okay. So then I'm standing in the tub over him.
Yep.
Okay. I'll say it real quick. The real question is, are you wearing stilettos?
Oh God.
Not stilettos, but they're definitely heeled boots.
Oh, well, Rise doesn't look too concerned then.
Yeah, there's
So you teleport on top of me. You're like standing on top of me, still fully clothed. You just appear there.
Yes.
I'm like looking up at you, and I'm surprised that you're suddenly there. I give you this look, like a sly look. Remember, I'm still frothing from the mouth. I give you like this sly look, like, what are you doing? But also like, I look sort of pathetic and sort of like helpless, but also confused, but also a little intrigued.
What are you doing?
Where could we bring this if we really?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Okay,
yeah.
All right, got it.
Step Temerity, what are you doing? Stop it. Okay, and by the way, I just want to talk about my appearance real quick. I am naked with my arms out, and I just want to say that like I've got a small amount of chest hair. It's brown. I am chiseled pretty well. Now it doesn't have the same lighting as last night did with the fireplace, but in this position, you're seeing a lot more of the package.
You're
you
wet,
know,
right?
Yeah,
So you got,
you're not so much focusing on my arms now. It's the whole upper body, and that's a different experience. So I just wanted to let you know that, but I'm sort of ruining it with my face because I'm frothing everywhere. So just throwing that out there. I might even be getting a little drizzle on your fucking legs.
Ew. All right.
Out of context.
I'm sorry. Was that too descriptive? Is that?
No, not.
I thought we were playing D&D.
We're playing D&D,
I thought
friend.
this was America.
That's
I
it.
thought this was America.
It's a good
You're
time.
Fine, you're fine. Okay, so I will like boom over, and suddenly like I have my hand out because it was in the door. I blink a couple of times and look down to see frothy slobber on my pants. And
what does that do to you?
my tail will come around and kind of splash some water off of it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. What the? One moment. So I'm going to lift up a leg, step out of the tub, dripping wet from the waist down, because I am not very tall. So, so detect magic didn't work at all.
That is correct.
Massaging his cheeks because they hurt.
I give you a look like sort of like I'm still in distress, but also where are you going? Like it's kind of like well, I don't know how to like. There's a lot of mixed emotions going through Rye right now.
Okay,
Oh
so
God.
I'm hold on. I have to do. So okay, maybe if you weren't frothy, But we can get back to that.
Okay, all right, fair enough. It's
What?
the frothiness. I get it. I'm not turned on by it either. Like,
Well,
it's not an ideal situation
while
for
this is
Rye
going
to
on,
be.
What's happening with Oz and Eli? Like, this has probably not been quiet.
I could just see
I don't
Eli
care
at the
at all.
table, just eating bacon, like listening to this out of the side of his ear, just shaking his head while he just keeps snapping into the bacon.
I think
Wyld
Oz
there.
Listen.
is eating the
listen.
bacon and eggs, and he's like, "I promise, I." Just like eating his.
Kendra looks over. Late lines. And she just goes back to cooking.
So when I don't hear that, all I know is that 2 spells in a row just completely went haywire. So, okay, frothiness and this aside, are you generally okay? Again, one splash, yes. 2 splashes, no. Are you generally okay?
I mean, I kind of like shrug and I slap once, but then I like motion to my face, like what, like, yeah, I guess I'm physically okay, but like, and it's been like several minutes now. Like, I mean, it's been a little bit, like, it's not going away. It's not letting up. I'm still like, I mean, yeah, I'm okay, but like, I'm just signaling to my face. I'm just grunting.
Well, I mean, so
Like-
I'm going to be honest here.
Okay.
I can't promise at all that this is not permanent. However,
At that, my eyes get wide.
However, I'm sure there's something that we can do about it.
At this, I grab the towel and I just throw it at you. Like there's like a nearby towel. I just throw it at you. Like not in a mean way, but like in a, like when you say it might be forever, I'm like pissed. I'm like, fuck this shit. Just get it. Like, just, I don't even know. Like you're teleporting into my fucking bath. You're casting fucking frothing spells on me. I haven't done shit. I just want to eat some fucking breakfast and clean up a little bit. And now I'm like over it. Like, I'm just like, I don't even know.
I mean, maybe try like gargling with the water or something. I mean, I know you're in it, so it's sort of like rye soup at this point, but perhaps you could just kind of like gently like gargle and spit, and maybe that'll help. I don't know. Give it a little time. I think you're gonna be okay. Betty,
I give her a look that I'm just like these motherfuckers, and I start shoveling water into my mouth and like trying to like clear my mouth out of the excessive saliva, but it doesn't seem to be helping. I just am splashing more liquid into the fucking mess. I'm just like creating mud, like.
Right. I'm just watching this like in this abject kind of horror, like interested horror. So, do you want some company? Do you need some alone time? Like, again, 1 for yes and 2 for no. Just.
I hit like once and I'm kind of like, but maybe twice, like once or twice, exactly. I'm kind of,
well, why don't for now I give you a little space and then I can, I don't know, dry off or whatever, figure out what's going on, and then I'll be back or send Eli back or Oz or someone.
Okay, so here's the thing. I am contemplating the situation, and I feel like my focus has shifted a little bit since you ended up in the bath with me. You're getting Rye's mind going in a certain way. So he's like upset still, and he's confused, but he's also a little turned on. And he feels like he may be making headway with you, but now isn't necessarily the time. So he reacts in just the way that he normally would. However, with a certain predicament, it looks absolutely fucking silly. So he winks at you and he smiles, but he's still frothing. It's just a natural reaction for him to wink and smile, like at a woman that he's into. It's what he does. So when he does it, he like winks and his eyes are all puffy because they've been watery, and he smiles at you and he's trying to pull up a smile, but there's just saliva everywhere. So I look at you like I'm about to fucking like I just look like a mad dog, but I'm trying to throw a smile at you.
Okay, so one moment, chat. If I don't see a picture of a frothy Rye,
If
there's not fan art, I'll lose my mind.
I'm just throwing it out there, but I might even make a little gurgle.
Winking.
Like I wink and I smile and it's like.
Okay, so I'll be back. We'll save you some bacon and eggs for sure. I'll be back. And
I throw my arms up like whatever. I don't even fucking know anymore.
I won't wink back this time. I'm just kind of, I'm not normally flustered, but I think I'm a little bit because between wet and teleport and weird sexual tension and frothing,
Muscles.
I'm just gonna,
also muscle. You forgot muscles.
You're right. It can't,
Yes.
and the small patch of chest hair.
I think that's part of the sexual tension part.
Yeah, I think it's all encompassing.
See, I thought the frothing was, but that's a good point.
What?
I was thinking the high heels were the height of that tension. Oh, was I wrong? The frothing and the high heels were not the height of the sexual tension. Okay, that's fine.
No, close though. So I'll just turn around and go, and leave you to your frothiness.
Does everyone else think I'm a fucking psychopath? Like,
no, I think this is fucking amazing. But I mean, out of character. In character, I don't know. It's you frothing is as weird as me showing up in that tub. So I don't know. There's not a lot of judgment going around.
Thank God, man. You're so real. I'm so glad. Out of character, I don't know.
Temerity,
I feel very vulnerable.
Do you point a piece of bacon at Oz and said, "Don't you do any of that shit to me."
Oz takes the bacon and he's like, "Thank you, but I didn't do it."
I would look at my empty hand like I wasn't trying to give you that, but fine.
Love it. Temerity, do you go back to the others?
Yes, I go directly back to the others. I am 5'5" and half wet when I walk in.
Perfect.
Oz just eats his food.
Didn't say all.
The muscles did their job halfway.
Right, that's right.
The frothiness cut it in half.
And this is why you guys should be supporting on Patreon for moments like this. Completely brought to life by, well, reasons. That's all. Froth and luck, I suppose. Sometimes it's how the die fall.
That's our motto. Luck and froth.
Yep. That's how I like my booze. Lucky and frothy, I guess.
Like I like my men.
Just like the pumpkin.
So Kendra, how did you sleep last night?
Oz looks at Kendra.
She's just confused.
And is just waiting for her to tell that there was somebody in her room. Like he's just waiting on edge. He stops eating and he's like holding food up to his mouth.
She holds up a finger like one moment, and then she steps over to what looks to be some sort of like almost like a bread box, but it's not marked with anything. It's just this darkened wood bread box. And when she opens it up, it looks like it's got some sort of like tied tassel or like a ribbon, and it's got like herbs or incense that's in it. And she walks over to you, Temerity, and she says that, "I don't know when you'll need these. I have no idea. And Father always said that it's better to be prepared for magical mistakes. I don't use my magic that often. I don't foresee myself using my magic that often, but it seems that each of you inevitably lean on this, so I would much rather this go to you." And she tells you that in the moments when your magic goes wild, pull the ribbon. Just pull the ribbon. Like you have two like shoestring ends, and she says, just pull these. There will be a small snap. A flame in the incense will burn. And whatever the problem might be, God forbid you do not lose an appendage, but if it is a continuing effect in which it sounds as if he is suffering from, you can stop this. So you can use this now, if you'd like, for his sake. I'm assuming that he's still drooling.
So I'm going to reach out and take it and look at it and look at Kendra. He is, but I have a question. Is this reusable?
It's a one-time use, but
okay.
She gives you 2 more. There are 3.
We don't need to waste that on Rye. Let's just see if it stops.
I will take
Do
them.
I hear any of this from the bat, like from where I'm at?
Perception. Give me a perception check.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Attack, 1 perception.
Yep. I think you overhear you hear Kendra's voice, and you would probably hear Temerity say, "Is this a one-time use, or can I continue using this?" And then you hear Eli say, "We don't need to waste this on Rye." Like, that's very clear.
We could just see if it's gonna go away first.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
And how many minutes has it been since he started frothing?
Probably like 4 or 5, maybe 6. 10 minutes
Not long
tops.
enough.
10 minutes tops.
All right, so I will take them. Put 2 of them in like a pouch or a pocket, right? Thank you, Kendra. I appreciate this.
Of course.
I'll look at the 2 of them, hold up a finger, and walk to the bathroom. But I'm not going in, just yell it in the door. So splash once if you're super uncomfortable, and splash twice if you think you could like tolerate this for another like hour or 2 for science.
You hear 2, like 1 slap, and you're almost convinced that I'm saying that I want to be out of this. And then you hear like a lower, quieter second slap. Like I don't know. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll just chill here. I'm enjoying my bath. I'm frothing. It sucks. But I'm more like confused and embarrassed than I am like in pain. I've been through way worse. I mean, it just is weird.
He communicates that with a
well, yeah, I'm saying all of this through my frothiness.
It slaps.
Sounded like a Murgle.
Murloc.
Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, so
I'm basically getting like you're like, honestly, just get the fuck away from me with all of your magic at this point. It's basically
fair. Okay.
You can sense his frustration.
Yeah.
But you can also sense that he's just done with it.
Right. So I'll
Temerity,
reach.
Pecker is at your feet.
Do you want a bath, little buddy?
Pecker like pecks the door.
Do you want to go in, little buddy? I don't know. That's a good idea. He's already frothing at the mouth. There could be some like, I don't know that you'd survive the day, little buddy. I'll scoop him up if he lets me.
Sure.
And then I'll reach over and close the door so that Rye can have some privacy in his frothiness. And then I'll bring Pecker back like, hey, little buddy.
It's a 2-arm job for sure. He is not at all a small rooster. So it's like cradling a young Rottweiler, just in sheer size.
Okay.
But you manage to lift the enormous Polish chicken in pants, and take him back to the kitchen. Kendra continues at this point. She continues with, I slept fine. And as I suppose as you would in your recently deceased father's bed, as well as one can.
Fair enough. I just figured I'd ask since yesterday was very trying, in particular for you. Is there anything that you need from us today before we venture out into town?
I don't think so. I will probably begin deciding what it is worth keeping. If you need, I mean, I'm sure that I won't need most of this. I have more than enough in my other home. If there's something that you need here, a book, or a continued place to stay, please take as you see fit. Just try to leave Father's study for me. I'm going to move through his things very slowly. I hope to understand a bit more what he's gone through and what he might have been seeing. Is there anything that I can help with?
Are there any notes or points of interest in your father's study that he left that might help us as well?
You could round every document up that he wrote himself and you would rebuild a tree. There is more than I can immediately assess, but I hope to define what is worth and what may or may not be drivel. My father was never the drivel sort, so he would want these texts held upon. He firmly believed that if it's worth writing, it's worth keeping.
I think she heard dribble instead of dribble.
Do you say anything? Do you slap the water again?
Stew. Literally stew.
The rice stew. But if there's nothing else that you need, then I suppose if there's anything you come across that you could use my assistance with, then please, do not hesitate to ask. I did grow up here. I know a lot of the people very well.
Did your father recently bring in any, a bag of tools or items or anything like that?
I'm sorry, I arrived similar to you. I don't stay here anymore. I am provided room and board at Lepidstadt.
Oh, you don't live here?
No, much
Does
in my
someone
father's
else
way.
live here?
No, the maids were here when my father was alive, but he was a fairly solitary man.
But there's no maids now, right?
Oh no, I paid their wages for the end of the month, and I apologize that I could not provide them with more work.
So there's no one else here other than us, right?
And who was that
Oz
other
points to all of us.
And who was that other woman at the funeral? The quiet one. Does she not stay here?
She says no, there's no one else, no one that I'm aware of. Father didn't really have many guests, and well, he frequented other establishments, but rarely brought them back here. But no, are you referring to Jaminda?
Actually, if you don't mind, yeah, that's her name. If you don't mind letting us know how he might have known everybody that was at that funeral, that might be handy.
Sure. Well, let me think. He was... I don't want to say that he was close with the councilman, but they were on speaking terms. Father was a scholar and he knew many things. He assisted many politicians as well, so to my best understanding, they conversed from time to time to speak about political arrangements and decisions for the town. He was a worldly man, and, well, Garen's a bit of a rake. But Hearthmount, military through and through. He retired here. I think that he was hoping for something a bit more prestigious, but found his way to our town. He seems happy, or at least neutral, on all things considered.
About the death, or you mean just in general?
Just life in general. I don't think it is happy or very forthcoming to lose an ally. So I believe that he is at least disturbed, especially at the turn of events, given that there may have been foul play, a murder, if you will. But Garen, he's rarely found without Hearthmount. And if he is found without him, then he can be found with some of the local townswomen, married or not. But Jaminda, I don't really know the relationship that my father had with Jaminda. I doubt it was anything romantic. He was 40 years her senior. She's only a decade or so older than myself. And
yeah, you'd be surprised what things happen when love is involved. But is there another reason why I think that that's not the case?
He's always been very forthcoming about his relationships, and he never really hid much from me, which is why it's concerning that he wanted to hide these books.
Well, then, how does he know Jaminda?
Everyone in town knows Jaminda. She's the apothecary.
Oh. Well, that's somebody we should see.
She's very closed off. It's Jaminda Fallenbridge. She runs Jaminda's apothecary. You can't miss the building. There's a sign decorated in a variety of flowers. She's pretty shut off, to be honest. From what I can see and what I've been told, she speaks well with Sheriff Kaler, but I don't know how she stays in business.
Why do you say that?
Reclusive, by nature. It's honestly the first I'd seen her in many years. I remember seeing her the first time when I was ill. Father had been gone, and Mother was still alive, and she didn't know many of the root or herb ways, so Jaminda was called in, and she was hesitant to help, but she said that she couldn't see a child hurt, and offered aid. Not free, of course. She's still in business, but that she wouldn't see me hurt or ill. At that point, she wasn't even running the apothecary. It was her mother. She was still, well, just a teenager. And the others, was there another that you wish to know about?
Well, I think we know a bit about Pevron and his father.
Yes, Zokar has established himself quite well here in town. Everyone likes Zokar. Well, I'm not sure if you have been to his establishment, the Laughing Demon. Very warm, very friendly. You might enjoy yourself there. He's quite a nice fellow. He's one of the few lanterns in the dark at times, I believe. I think that he believes in the philosophy of defeating the horrors of the world with jest. And he'll oftentimes recant tales of fighting these vivacious beasts just to bring back their entrails and turn them into his meal.
That sounds like somebody I want to talk to.
He touts how proud he is of his wolf balls.
I don't think I've ever tried wolf balls. I'm going to have to do this. I never thought in the future keeping the wolf balls.
Of course. Pevron runs the posting polls. He works, we don't officially have a newspaper, but the townies and the farmers, a lot of them can't read or write. But those that can will oftentimes seek out work or eerie sightings or odd things, and they'll move to the posting polls. And Pevron, Zokar taught him very well. He can read and write. He's literate, and he writes for the posting polls. The signs that you'll see around the gazebo, those are all written by Pevron. It takes a few coppers, but he'll scribble anything down for you. He's a good lad. Minds his own, and he's as helpful as one can be in this town.
Well, thank you very much for breakfast. Kendra.
Of course. If I don't need it, it will go bad.
If there's anything you need for us to pick up while we're staying here, just let us know, and we'll try to grab it in town for you.
Unless peace of mind can be found at the Unfurling Scroll or the general store, I'm afraid not.
At this, Rye exits the bathroom in a towel. He walks past everybody, still foaming at the mouth, and grabs his supplies so he can get changed. He gives a bit of a scowl to Oz, and then just sort of walks back into the bathroom with his stuff. Still frothing.
When you're walking
3 bathtubs in that mouth.
Yeah.
Pecker follows you.
When you were walking in the direction of your tub, as you're walking back from grabbing your things, Kendra is like leaning out and she's offering you a plate. There's a plate of, basically it's rasherback bacon, so it's fresh cooked ham, and she's giving you eggs as well, ham and eggs.
I look at her like an absolute idiot because I'm still frothing, and I grab the plate and I kind of nod my head and just kind of take it into the bathroom with me.
Sure, she's not quite looking your way, but she knows that you need to eat. You at least expressed an interest in eating because she's still having a conversation with someone else, Eli, at this point. So
yeah, I know. I grabbed the
plate.
Like I appreciate it. I just don't know if I can even fucking consume it at the moment.
Sure, sure.
Like, yeah. I grab it and I just kind of take it back into the bathroom. I'm just kind of in and out. I do what I can to let her know I appreciate the plate. Like I nod or whatever, but my face is a fucking mess.
Carrying your things and now this plate of food and the towel up to your face, you probably don't immediately see the 80-pound rooster following you to the bathroom.
Is it still 80 pounds or is that still canon?
It's 20.
You know what? I don't know. It's an enormous rooster. It's basically Big Bird.
I like the idea that it's an 80-pound rooster.
Big Bird is following you to the bathroom right now.
I like the idea that we don't actually know. You just assume it's 80 pounds.
A nebulous, shifting Polish chicken.
And do I notice this chicken following me back into the...
Probably not, unless like Pecker makes a bunch of noise. You like your hands are full at this point with like your own stuff, this towel to your face, and now a plate of food.
So as I grab the food, that's when it starts following me. I'm not. Sure. I understand that that's not his intentions, but I think that's what Rye would think is that it's following him for food because he fed it last night.
Sure. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's okay for you to assume that. I mean, that's a good assumption.
Yeah. I take a little piece of bacon. I kind of look down and notice I'm like opening the door to go in and like Pecker's there, I assume.
Yeah, you probably like at the point where you're trying to shut the door.
Eggs?
And then you feel the door clips something as you're starting to shut it. And when you glance down over your things, there is this enormous rooster.
Yeah, I give it a look and I'm still kind of like frothing, but I've got like kind of my, the towel kind of up. I'm kind of like carrying a bunch of stuff and I'm like, have a plate. I look kind of, uneasy. I'm trying to like break off a little piece of the bacon and kind of just like toss it to him. Like, I don't know what you want. You want a piece of bacon? I don't want to feed him the eggs. It's kind of fucked up.
It doesn't go for the bacon, but it kind of rubs its head on your leg. And,
I roll my eyes. I fucking roll my eyes so hard.
It just makes
like
little chicken noises.
It's so sweet, but I roll my eyes. God damn it. Like I've got a chicken cozying up to me. I think it needs to be, I'm like trying to get dressed. Like I'm fucking frothing. Like there's a lot going on right now. It's a sweet gesture, but I'm kind of at my wit's end. I kind of look at, I look at Pecker with my mouth frothing, and I'm willing to roll an intimidation for this. And I just snap my mouth at it, like, and like get a real grimace on my face, like, really like really chomp.
Like beat a 10 to.
Do you like? I'm curious. Do you like? Do you almost bark at it?
No, I chomp in such a way that the frothiness kind of flies off my mouth, like it's kind of a violent chomp. Like I'm ready to eat you, little shit.
All right,
like
sure. Gotcha. So like teeth clapping. Give me an intimidate.
Oh my God, yes. I love it.
Yeah, it's not going to require a lot. You immediately you scowl down and you snap your teeth at it, and strings of froth and drool kind of like fly in directions. Like It's a Stephen King Cujo flick, and its eyes, if it weren't already bugging out of its head, immediately like you see the Polish hairstyle kind of like whip back, and you see the eyes as it immediately starts to kind of like jump and turn to skirt away.
I kind of chuckle and look over at Oz. Like, it's not like a mean thing. It was kind of just like, the chicken might not feel that way, but it was a playful intimidation, like a get the fuck away,
Pecker runs for Pecker's life because Pecker thinks you're trying to eat it.
Yeah, I chuckle and I go into the bathroom chuckling.
You shut the door. You go back to minding your own. And I'm not going to force an hour's worth of froth and drool upon you. I think at this point it's sort of run its course because you've been flooding your mouth and irrigating as much as possible. You've certainly raised the level of water in the tub, no doubt in my mind. We'll say that you begin to dry up, probably after 15, 20 minutes of having to deal with this, as cumbersome as it is. And you carry your slightly battered pride with you as you step out next. It will leave a few minutes for Eli and Oz to say anything else. Eli, if there's anything else you wanted to say to Kendra, it's a good spot. If not, we can take a brief break, and when we come back, we'll tackle some storyline. If you think that's fine, Eli.
Yeah, I'm good. I think.
Perfect.
I was gonna try to feed the chicken some eggs, but I don't know if I would do that. So,
oh my god.
Then let's take a brief break. We're going to go ahead and take like a $5, guys. We'll see you back at like 10:50, 10:51. And when we return, we will actually get further into the story. Past morning, I believe. So
yeah, we're like, I love it. But
yeah. Well, luckily we're running late, so like my feelings aren't hurt. I'm having a good time. This is good character stuff. So I'll be back in just a minute, guys. Everybody else will. See you in just a moment. All right, cats, we are back with more of this shenaniganery. So, hope you're ready. We left off with everybody just finalizing their food, some of which are having some on the road, apparently. Blue spaghetti for Oz. And we have managed to quell the consistent frothing and drooling for our friend Ello here as Rye. Sorry about that, bud. Occasionally, that's just how the dice fall.
I roll with the punches, man.
I appreciate that. You've gained some information. You have some directions. You have an opportunity of making another step to discover exactly what may have occurred in the city, in Harrowstone, and beyond. Where do you go first? What do you do? What does this look like?
I'm going to make my way outside after breakfast. What kind of day is it outside, though? Just like in front of the house.
Overcast.
Not gonna, leave.
It's still like
not raining.
It's not raining yet, at least. It's been raining almost every day in this region, so you can almost guess that it will likely continue to rain at some point. But for now, it's just overcast and at least dry enough. The ground is heavily saturated, muddy to say the least, but no, it's not raining.
Okay, so I'll walk out front with my backpack slung over my shoulder, all my belongings shield over the backpack, and I'll just kind of meander out front near the doorway, waiting for other people to come. And since we just ate breakfast, I'll take out one of Torvin's pipes that he's letting me borrow for a very fair price, and I'll just spark up a little bit of a smoke to get the day going, in the right direction while I wait for everybody.
Torvin has offered to stay behind today and sort of begin consolidating and helping Kendra around the home. He believes that everyone here is capable of doing that, so for the time being, he's just going to be assisting here in the house. He was of the original idea that we should be expediting this and getting to Lepidstadt already, so he wants to make this move forward. Does everybody else arrive to the same conclusion? Do you arrive outside, waiting to make your move, or do you discuss beforehand? What does this look like?
Oz is going to try to have a secret meeting with his new secret pal friend.
I walk out of the bathroom. I'm clothed now. My plate's empty. I set it on the table. The frothing has stopped. I don't look too fucking happy though about it. I look around. So everybody's just Eli is out of the room at this point. Oz is at the table still.
Yeah, he's finishing up his food.
I go over to my leather couch. I'm claiming it now. It's mine. And I grab the book that I was looking at last night. Actually, the journal and the book. I grabbed both of those, and I kind of throw it in my pack. I want to keep it with me. I don't know if anybody disagrees with that or sees me do that, but I'm not trying to hide it. I'm just
that's the
packing my stuff
book. The information.
Oh, yes, yeah, the one where I said, yep. So once I set that down, and I kind of get my stuff together, I look a little standoffish, maybe a little peeved, like maybe I'm trying to control my temper a little bit. I don't look too happy. I'm not saying anything to anybody. I'm not looking at anybody. So that's where I'm at right now.
I think at the table, Oz just kind of looks over at Temerity and is like,
well, I guess we got to decide what we're going to do today.
And he has a little bit of conversation with her. But I'm assuming she might be busy with something.
Yeah, I have a child aggro right now, so give me 1 second.
Yeah, we can go back to that. And then after he talks to her, basically he ends that with like, I'll meet you outside type of thing. He's going to go try to talk to Rye. And I'm assuming I see you in the room, like
gathering his things.
Gathering your
I'm
things.
grabbing my stuff. Yeah, I'm getting ready.
And Oz whispers quietly and is like,
well, what do you think we should do next?
And I lean down and I whisper back and I go, I don't know. Maybe you should cast another spell and find out.
Look, I promise this isn't really something's going wonky with my spells, like the missus said.
Then maybe you shouldn't cast them.
Then,
my voice is a little weirder than normal because all the frothing and stuff. My mouth's kind of dry, It's already kind of a weird fucking voice to begin with, but now it's dry and weird.
What do I do if I'm not casting things?
Well, I don't know. You're gonna have to figure that out. Are we done here?
I think we should go to the crypt. We need to get the things so that we can figure out what's on those runes.
He looks at you now. He rolls his eyes, and he goes, yeah, I agree.
And look, I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't mean for that to happen. But you scared the living shit out of Pecker. He almost pooped out an egg. I thought we were friends.
At that, he kind of gives you a weird glance. Friends.
He kind of moves the bucket away from you a little bit and like puts his hand in there and he's like caressing something in the bucket.
I look away from you.
Hey, I thought that we made a pact or something, No, Mom?
I say, well, you're certainly not my enemy, but I don't know about friends. I'm very gruff, like that normal D&D guy, so standoffish. He said, got a big sword.
Just like his photo right here.
Oz looks a little sad and is like,
all right, then.
And in the study room, are there any books that look interesting, like about Harrowstone or, I guess, even, do we know the name of the false crypt? Or just that it's in the Restlands?
You don't know it's just listed as false crypt. There's no name or anything like that.
I guess looking to see if there's any list of crypts nearby, I guess is going to be the other side of it. But Oz knows the intersection.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so if we looked at a map, we could see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there a map in the study?
Let's see, actually, I will leave it to a die roll.
Yeah.
What are the odds that he has a map here?
Because I think that's what Oz would be looking for before they head out.
I want you to know, Maggie, that I am your friend in real life, though. And that's the most important thing. You looked so sad. It hurt me to tell Oz that. Okay, as
okay.
Ello, I know you know. I just wanted to say it.
I'm gonna put this at a 20% chance, and I will call low. So 1 to 20. 99 couldn't be lower. Okay. No, you don't find any maps or anything like that of the town. You do recall being in the Restlands just yesterday, and there are stones. There are major stones that mark the road. It's sort of like a road sign of sorts, but it's been painted on the stones.
Okay. Oz, you see Oz like shuffling papers and stuff, and he's like,
Well, I guess there isn't a map in here, so we'll have to let the signs guide us.
I kind of roll my eyes a little bit, and I walk outside.
There's Eli standing, waiting. He doesn't seem to be pensive or upset, but direction, you can tell that he seems to be sort of looking around, trying to find the best direction to move, because you guys kind of have a lot of angles that you can work at this point. So when it comes to this, not entirely sure. Oz, you said that you wanted to have some sort of conversation with Temerity, or are you just sort of tabling that for now?
"Oh, we don't need to. It's good."
Okay. Temerity, Eli and Rye, and even Oz make their way outside. You can see that as they shut the door behind them, that they're just sort of amassing out there in a small crowd.
I will follow them.
Okay. You follow suit, and when you make it outside, there's a tenseness. It's outcast. There's lots of shadows overhead, dark clouds rolling in. It's not storming yet. Matter of time, of course. You're used to the inner sea region. You know what it's like here. It's almost consistently raining. It's like Seattle, almost consistently raining. But there's just this lingering awkwardness that just sort of waits in the air.
As I walk out and I see Eli, I'm just going to tell him good morning. Just kind of not in a nice way or a mean way, just, morning.
Yeah, I was gonna nod, and when I saw him walking out and taking a spot, I would kind of like offer the pipe as like an olive branch,
Oh, really?
He had smoked. Yeah, because I know what you are from my detect evil, but nobody else does, and I haven't seen you do anything, so I might try to get in. I'm gonna try to buddy up with you a little bit and see if I can't maybe like redeem you.
Okay, all right. I am cautious when he
first initiate.
I'm cautious when he offers the pipe, but I'll take it. I'll take it and take a little puff.
Yeah, get that magic out of your mouth.
I take a couple puffs, cough a little bit, not too bad, and I say thanks, and I hand it back. And at that, I just kind of start stretching a little bit, just doing some morning stretches, getting a little quick little stretch in before everybody comes out.
Like calisthenics.
Just kind of getting my body moving a little bit. I'm a little stiff, it's morning time, and in that bath a little bit. Muscles are all nice and loose now.
And
so just kind of.
This is a fairly commonplace thing for you. You're not a spring chicken. You've come to recognize this, but you don't let any part of your age hold you back. You're not afraid to jump in. You're not afraid to jump in and get your hands dirty on any kind of situation. You showed that moving to the Restlands.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I'm just gonna finish smoking the pipe, pack it out, and then tuck it safely away because it's not my belonging; it's on loan. And if I thought there was enough time to maybe have a more in-depth conversation with her, I would. But I know everybody's going to be coming out, and I don't want them to come into a heavy potential confrontation. So I'll just patiently wait and bide my time.
You guys notice that there's not very many people meandering about. Occasionally you see a person, a child here or there, but they're never left alone very long. Inevitably, you do see someone that you sort of recognize, and there is some hesitance when they catch eyes with you. Young Peverin. Youthful boy. There's hesitation, but with an exhale, a sigh, he sticks out his chest and he starts moving in your direction. There is a purpose in his step. Morning.
Morning.
Morning, young man. What are you doing out here so early?
Well, I was trying to play, but there's not many people to play with, and no one needs anything at the polls, so I'm just kind of bored.
Oh, what about the little puppy on the town square? Or maybe not so much a puppy.
You mean Hap?
The mutt. Oh, is that his name?
Hap, yes. Hap's a good boy, but he doesn't deviate from town square much.
Okay.
He tends to stick where he knows.
I start reaching into my bag and I pull out my dagger.
Okay.
And I start walking up to, what's his name again?
Peverin.
Peverin. I walk up to Peverin with my knife and I'm kind of tossing it back and forth between my hands as I walk up to him.
You know, that you can see like his brow kind of like tighten up as mild fear sets in based on some of the things that he's heard you say. And I mean, he definitely watched you try to like one man lift a casket and then curse at Kendra, which, well, I mean, if you're going to curse at an adult woman, what's, you know, to him, it's like just a boy.
Yeah. I walk up and as I get closer to him, I can see he's, you know, freaking out a little bit. But I just, I ask him if he's good with a knife.
Knife? No. Dad's teaching me how to cut meats, but no, not with a knife. Not really. I'm better with a pen.
That's right.
At this, I take the knife and I try to kind of balance it on my finger, like blade tip on the finger.
Okay.
And I'm gonna crouch down towards the ground, and I'm just gonna flip it. I'm just gonna kind of flip it, and what I'm trying to do is make it stick in the ground.
Give me a let's see. This is you know what? There's gonna be a check for this.
Like a dex, because it's like
yeah, but I think there's actually
like dagger.
I think there's actually a skill for this particularly. I just don't know if you're exceptional at it. You know what?
Probably not.
I'm gonna go with a sleight. Let's see your sleight of hand. You're trying to basically pull like a small trick here. So let's see what you got with the sleight of hand.
Sure. That's fine. So yeah.
I mean, you technically. I mean, if you would like to perform, if that's better, I don't think your performance is going to be a whole lot better.
I'm okay with it failing. Like I'm okay with it failing.
Sure.
I'm just kind of tossing it over, and it's falling to the ground.
And I walk out as we see this failure of a throw. Is that like the timing?
It's not even like really a throw as much as it is like he tries to like flip it like kind of just upward, and it just kind of rolls down.
Yeah, and I'm assuming it doesn't stick into the ground.
It. You know, I'll leave it to a die roll again. Just boils down to, I'll give it a 35% chance. Would you like to call that 35% chance?
Sure. I'll put it a 35 and under.
All right. It does. It comes down at an angle, but it does stick into the dirt.
I nod and I pick it back up, and I kind of do it again. Just try it again.
Okay.
Bounce it, flip it again.
Yeah, go for it. Give me another roll.
Sure.
just a little better. It seems like there was a moment of flourish before again it fell. This time,
It's sticking the ground.
We'll say a 40% chance.
40 and under.
Well done. It sticks into the ground at a similar angle.
I look at him and I say, "That's 2." And then I flip it again. And I'm going to mess it up on purpose this time. I'm going to over-rotate, whatever, make it not stick into the ground. I'm going to pick it back up.
Intentional.
Yeah, it's intentional. I'm going to pick it back up, and I'm going to hand it to him. I'm going to hold the blade and hand it to him like, handle first. And I say, give it a try. Just put it on the tip of your finger.
He looks
and
around.
I start to show him, like, just put it on the tip of your finger. And then give it a little flip.
He places his hand out, and there's a small shake to it. But he does just that. I'm going to leave it down to his... He's not going to have any... He's not wearing anything that's going to hinder him. But he is youthful. He's still got some dex bonuses, so I'm going to give him a bonus. It looks surprisingly good. There is a natural move to it, the way that his sort of nimble hand just kind of whips around, and it seems like it was done so with the intention of it falling and sort of angling at the same sort of cockeyed angle before it inevitably just falls straight down, and it just earths itself.
I look at him and I say, maybe you have talents you don't even know.
He kind of glances around. I'm not supposed to play with knives, unless Dad's watching. And he... Well, you knew Mr. Lorimore, and... Well, you make good decisions, yes?
At that, I chuckle. Sometimes I try to.
Well, you think Dad would be mad if I kept trying with you around?
Is he referring to the knife?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we should ask your dad first.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I look over at Eli and I give him like a look like, I don't know a better way to say it than just like come on. How old is this? I look over at this kid and how old are you?
11, sir.
I look over at Eli and I say, I was throwing knives when I was 4.
Yeah, but did your dad make the prices on our alcohol?
Oh, you had a father?
Nope.
Oh, shit. We're both fatherless. I was a little surprised to hear that from him.
Yeah.
It seems pretty goody-goody. I figured he probably was pampered. So, hearing they didn't have a father.
Look, I just don't want... Sure, he's old enough. I'll give you that. But he's not my kid. I don't know about parenting. And if I'm planning on eating at this tavern, I mean, Torvin said there were some pretty good wolf balls there. I'd rather not, pay extra because his kid got wounded.
I kind of ignore Eli, and I kind of look over the kid and just decide on my own. I say, you said you were bored. I was giving you a skill. Trust me. Being good around a knife is, it'll keep you alive. I offer him the blade.
Oz leans into Eli and is like, I was using a dagger when I was like a month old.
He leans down.
I'm next to... Oh, I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah,
No,
you're next to us too.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think you are an exception in this situation.
I'm just gonna stop and... So no dagger talk, but do we all not have dads?
We're all fatherless. I have a tragic backstory. I don't have a father. Wow, my backstory. I don't have a father.
I mean, I have one.
I have
She
one
says.
too. I was
just-
birthed.
Same. He's just not. I couldn't probably find him if I wanted to, but I mean, it sounds at least a little similar. Maybe since the boy is, actually has a father, it might be wise for us to all assume we don't know what the consequences might be if this boy if he's uncomfortable. Let's secure our future drinking and make sure that the young lad here is, we can teach him in 5 minutes. The tavern's not that far away. We could just ask his father and get a drink.
I lean in close to the young lad and I give him a look. I say it kind of under my breath. I'm kind of hoping they won't hear me. And I say, if you let women run your life, they will. And at this, I pocket the dagger and I walk away from.
Okay.
Can I see if I hear that?
We're all standing right. Well, he whispered, I guess.
He did whisper it.
You can try. I mean, you can try. I'm going to re-roll that.
It wasn't like a huge. I'm not afraid if they hear that. It was kind of more like
God.
wisdom for him. I'm emphasizing that I'm speaking to him, not necessarily trying to keep it from their hearing.
All right. Well, I will look at Rye, roll my eyes, but then give him a wink and look at Oz and say, "Oh, it's the casual misogyny for me. Would you like to go to the tavern?" I think I don't know. Now that's in my head, I think I'd like a drink.
Do you think that we should be getting a drink? I mean, the letter said that, we need to get those tools so that we can be not seen. I really want to find out what was on that ruin,
Rye,
Yes,
give me perception, please.
sure.
Your attention is stolen by the voice of Temerity breaking the silence.
I refuse that and I re-roll. I refuse that and I re-roll.
Okay.
I accept that.
You accept that? Okay.
We
Because
have
I think,
to.
how many do we have?
No more
We-
We got
rerolls. We only
three.
had 2.
We got 3.
Oh, we have
There are
3?
3 luck rerolls.
3 total.
All right, so I use 2.
You stand, you pocket the knife, and then your attention is stolen by Temerity as you begin to walk away.
As per usual.
Temerity, Oz, as you begin speaking, after hearing him mention that very casual misogyny, you see something you weren't expecting. This bravado strike out of nowhere. Or maybe it's just stupidity. It could also just be boredom. But as Rye turns to begin walking away after pocketing the knife, Peverin reaches up and pulls the knife from his pocket, and Rye doesn't even notice.
Can I do a perception?
I
Yeah.
like it. There we go. That's what I'm saying.
Osgrim.
Got some brass balls on this kid. I like it. That's what I'm talking about.
Eli, you were not privy to it. Almost. Oh man, it was right off of 20. Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, Eli. Yeah, you would see that after having him learn these skills with this dagger and talking about learning a skill and earning this trade. He kind of encourages him to sort of take to this dagger, and then as the casual conversation moves on, you kind of see Peverin sort of move to grab the dagger, but then Rye snaps it away, and you didn't quite hear what he had said, but the female compatriots of the party immediately, or the female compatriot, Temerity, immediately just starts talking about the casual misogyny and continues moving onward, and you're like, wait, what? But you glance back, and you can see him. You can just see the arm. You don't actually see the hand. You just see the arm move up as Rye takes this wide berth stride, and the glint of the dagger pulls back, and there's the boy. He's not enamored with it, but you can tell that he's sort of fixated on it, and something's caught him. It's definitely caught his attention. And he's not like, like little kitty jabbing at things, but he's trying to move it similarly to how he was just shown by Rye.
Can I attempt to grab him by the collar and pull him over towards me.
Yeah, you'd have to move over to him because like I'm assuming that there was about a 10-foot stance away as he was sort of crouched down, showing him this trick.
Yeah, I'd like to move over to him and kind of grab him by the collar and sternly pull him towards me.
Sure, Rye.
So I can talk to him.
As you stand to walk away, you see Eli's face just sort of like furrow and turn into this almost like upset, furrowed brow as he takes 3 long strides and his arm strikes out just past you.
Yeah, I turn around to see what this kind of weird, I turn around to see what the hell's going on.
When you glance back, just over his shoulder, you can see that Eli has caught Peverin by the collar of his shirt, and he's kind of holding it to one side, and Peverin sort of looks surprised from all things. But you glance down, and Peverin has the knife, that the dagger that you were just letting him play with.
I check my belt.
It's gone.
Like in disbelief, like I'm like, oh, and I look back, and I get a sort of smile on my face, like a little smile on my face, But then I realize what's happening, that Eli's got him, and I just watch for a second. I just kind of look back. I'm like looking at Eli.
What do you say, Eli? What do you do here?
I'm going to look at Peverin right in the face, getting close, and I'm going to tell him there's nothing in the world that annoys me more than a thief. And while he did offer you the knife, he did take it back. And breaking the law is not something that I can stand by idly and watch. But I'll tell you what, you are young and you are still redeemable in my eyes. So let's make a deal. How about instead of the dagger, you take this gold coin and put your real skills to work and write something in the paper for me.
His face was so, stoked with surprise. He didn't think he was going to get into trouble for some reason. But when you caught him, he knew that he messed up. And you started telling him these things, you're coming down upon him. You can tell that Peverin's very, very rarely disciplined because his eyes begin to well. And his lip sort of pulls up together. The bottom lip pulls up. But then you surprise him further by offering him a job. He looks down at the gold coin that you're offering. And he immediately offers this dagger back to you, Rye. And he glances for a moment, his eyes still watering. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know why I did that. I won't do it again.
I walk up and I take the dagger from him, but I don't seem upset, at all. And I just tell him, hey kid, I'm not going to be mad at you for having a boy's curiosity. I'm not going to put any sort of rules or regulations on you, but I do suggest that you take the gold. You can buy 10 daggers for that. And I walk away and put my knife back. And then I turn around and I look him square in the eyes and I say, oh yeah, don't ever steal from me again. Intimidation as well.
Go for it. Yeah, let's see what you got. Yeah, it's not much. He's already he's sort of shook from the occurrence of these events.
Piss himself, dude.
Yeah, he's not in a good way at the moment. So he's scared, but now he's got this gold coin in his hand. And what do you want me to write?
I'm gonna go turn around, look back at the rest of the group, and say, should we try to recruit for the Whispering Way, Or did you guys have any other ideas?
I go to my backpack. And I start kind of rummaging through it, and I'll eventually produce the book. I forget which one it was that had the symbol that I recognized.
It was the book that you had. Let's see here.
Oh, the Umbra Leaves.
Was it Umbra
That's the
Leaves?
one that had the.
It was
the unholy book.
Serving Your Hunger. Serving Your Hunger. No, it was Umbra Leaves. That was Ankuthon. You're right.
Yeah, it's Umbra Leaves. Yeah.
Yes.
I would imagine. Yeah. I pull that book out and start flipping through the pages, trying to find that symbol. The first one I could find.
Okay.
And I basically turn around and I show it to everybody, just the symbol. And I ask them if they recognize it. Like, anybody recognize this?
Is that a religion check?
Yes,
We know
this would
that,
be.
that it's the unholy book of.
Of Zankuthon. Yeah, it was something
Yeah,
that you would all discussed.
Okay. Yeah.
I think Eli particularly recognized that it was Zankuthon, and
The Order of the Paladin.
Yep.
Right?
And Temerity also was aware that Zankuthon was called the Prince of Pain and the Midnight Lord. I believe that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm familiar.
Then you might have some idea of what we face. I lift up my fists in the air and I clench them. And I say, as much as I would love to tackle every problem with these, I know some are outside of my expertise. I would suggest that we prepare ourselves. If you know anything about this symbol, it's not going to be a straight fight. They're going to come at us sideways like snakes.
What do you suggest we have him put out? Something about the book, or should we try more of a taunt? Do you think these kind of people would respond to being taunted and save us some investigative work and just come right for us?
I think they already know we're here, and they probably knew we were coming here maybe even before we did.
What exactly are you trying to get out of the newspaper clipping?
Oh, just some information or fun.
Well, maybe just right in there if anyone knows anything about the last few weeks of Professor L's death, to send us the information.
You want me to write all of this?
I speak up and I say, I would prefer we didn't make our presence known any more than it already is.
Why don't we put in an anonymous ad asking for any information regarding the professor and offer a reward? And if there is any information, they can leave a message on the gazebo in the morning for us, and maybe we can rendezvous or get some sort of information from doing that.
Be careful if you're giving a reward. You'll get a lot of people who will be giving the information. It's not always information that's useful.
Amen. That's exactly what I was about to say, actually. It's really funny. He kind of looks over at you.
I have a good feel for the character of people.
I do too, but I just don't want to waste our time. We were supposed to do this quickly. And then he realizes that the little boy's there, and he kind of like stops.
He's heard everything that you guys have been saying.
Yeah.
It's fine. He doesn't have a dagger.
Yeah, I chime in and I just say, I'm with Oz on this one. You can't just come into a town like this and start throwing your shiny gold everywhere. You're going to get all sorts of customers. We'll never be able to rely on the information.
All right, then, Pevrin, I'll tell you what. Why don't you just write an article about how well my speech went at the professor's funeral, and how much honor we paid him. Just write an article about the funeral.
I put my hand up and I say, I would probably leave out the part where we buried him.
Oh, right. Well,
do you want me to make it up then? Or are you gonna tell me? I'll just write down what people tell me.
Please break back out into the speech. You're like, take this down. This is dictation.
I could say, if you were to leave it to me, I would say, what's your name, sir?
Eli.
Eli. Just Eli?
Eli.
Eli spoke, proper flowery over the death of Professor Lorimore.
Fantastic. I'm sure you'll
That
use
sounds lovely.
a much more in-depth vocabulary than I can muster.
I don't know what most of that means, but thank you. I'll write that down then.
And he takes the gold and he gives you a
Before
nod.
he walks away,
okay.
Pepperon says,
Actually, I got a question for you.
before you head off, little one. I say this, but I'm probably like as tall as him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're taller than he is.
Oh, I am? Okay. Was there anything that maybe you didn't tell us because you were in front of a lot of other people during the funeral when we were asking you about Professor L and how you found him?
No.
You sure?
Mm.
Can I see if he sounds like he's telling the truth?
Sure, give me a sense motive.
Doesn't know.
He wasn't lying the first time when we asked him about it.
Well, this is more of if he didn't tell us everything, right?
Sure.
That's what I'm asking him. 22.
I says how I seen it, and if some, I can't remember anything else, and if I sees any, if anything comes to mind, I can come by and tell Kendra, or would you want me to tell you?
Tell
I think
us.
maybe you tell us first so that we don't bother Mrs. Kendra.
In fact, if you hear anything suspicious, perhaps unnerving, strange, weird, inconsistent, please tell us.
Things have been weird here for a while.
How so? Besides Petro?
Well, more pets have been going missing, and well, people's angrier than normal, and well, more people's been drinking at Dad's, and he says it's normal when people are grieving, but I don't know what they've got to grieve about.
If you hear anything else, see anything else, come find us. There'll be a small reward. And I look at him again, almost intimidatingly again. Keep it to yourself and come to us first.
He kind of like raises a hand like you're going to hit him.
I don't, but I could.
He's not bored anymore.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir. Yes. I should go.
Yeah, you should.
And he takes like 2 long steps into a run, and he's running just away.
Well, that was an interesting encounter.
Tell your dad to keep the wolf balls hot.
Of course you tell him that.
Are we really gonna go eat some wolf balls? I really think we're taking a long time. I mean, the letter said time was of the essence.
I agree with Oz. I nod. I still petition to go check out whatever items we can find that we know of in the crypt.
Okay. Eli, your thoughts?
Trying to read exactly what it said about. See just how ill prepared I was when I last set out. I'm lucky to have returned. I know that the church used to store them in a false crypt. Necessary tools to defend against spirits in Ravengrow.
Yeah, just out of character. We're probably.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just
that.
researching. I know that the Church of Pharasma used to store them in a false crypt. Yeah, I just don't know if it's gonna be there. It has a hidden down below. I'll tell you what. I don't need to be the leader right now. So if you both feel that time is of the essence and you don't want to prepare and gather as much information as possible, then I suppose we could risk going after this false crypt.
If you know anything about the Tears and Chains, then you would seek defense as soon as possible.
I just hope that whatever we're looking for is still there and that it already hasn't been used or lost in Harrowstone.
Always a possibility. I turn and look at Oz. I feel like I'm waiting to see what Oz says.
I'm going to look at Temerity and see what Temerity thinks, because this is all, in her wheelhouse.
I'm sorry, I saw something shiny. What?
We're just trying to figure out where to go. So that I was saying they want to go look at the false crypt, and I was saying maybe we should gather information, but if you guys feel that, we need to be quick and we should go check
Eli
out
wants to go
first.
to the bar, and then Rye and Oz want to go to the crypt to get the thingies.
So I think I think while the bar sounds great, I don't know. I think that it's been a couple days. I'd like to go check out that crypt.
Okay. It sounds like popular vote here. Is Eli upset about this at all, or is he just...
Nope.
Okay.
I want everybody to work well and smoothly. I'm willing to make concessions for the group.
Sure.
So that I'm not ousted, and that people feel like they can work with me.
Gotcha.
Ousted for what?
For just, trying to make you all do what I want all the time.
It's an interesting dynamic, actually, because I feel like the majority of us, I mean, maybe we're religious or whatever, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the group as a whole is more, I don't know, more mischief aligned than maybe a paladin would be comfortable with,
I see.
It's kind of in a weird position. Like, he's not in a group with like other goodies, right? So it's it's a weird context.
Torvin's not here either, and that's the only other person I'm familiar with
Sure.
that I've traveled with.
Mm-hmm.
So
This is okay.
Yeah.
This is like inconvenient allies. You're at a point where you're starting to rely on each other. You have no idea what can happen, but you all have this subtle fear of what might actually be.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to be able to convince Rye either. He's going to do what he's going to do. I don't think I'm going to be able to convince him, and I'd rather have him go off by himself into a crypt, being a paladin, where there could be undead things.
You're pretty persuasive. You could persuade Rye.
Yeah.
I think you're more charismatic than him, potentially.
Oh,
yeah, I think I'll go along for the group, because there is no right option here. I think
we could split up too.
We don't know.
So I don't think
I'm willing to listen to the others.
Split the party.
Rye is pretty convinced what he needs to do. You're right. I don't think anything's right or wrong. I think he's just doing what he thinks is going to be best. So
Oz is just concerned about his friend and wants to find.
I gotta keep an eye on these.
Okay.
This hobgoblin and evil fighter guy.
Then I'm going to go ahead and set our scene. You're moving away from town. You know the direction of the Restlands. You've been there. You were there last night. It's not far. It's about a mile or so out from town. It took so long last night because you were carrying a 600-pound coffin. You're trying to honor the funerary rites of a fallen ally. But now, you're not hindered. You can move there easily enough.
600 pounds.
Do you want to move by foot, by horseback and carriage? You have multiple carriages.
I mean, preferably if I don't have to walk. That sounds awesome.
Okay.
To Oz, but
I
Oz
can't
has
really
no
offer
vehicle.
Torvin's carriage without him here at the moment.
Oh, I came in one.
Exactly. You'd have to go in yours.
I assume that there would be room.
Okay. So then,
And if so, I offer.
okay, that's what I was.
Wait, you're
hoping to
offering
say.
a carriage?
Mm-hmm.
To utilize one, yes.
Wink.
I don't know, man. How far away is this thing?
It's a mile or so out.
Doesn't matter. We can get there in 5 minutes or
25
50.
minutes.
Or 25. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
like
a slow walker. It's been a long time since I've walked anywhere. Gonna do the math.
I'm gonna start jogging. I'm just gonna go ahead and just start jogging that way. I'm just gonna like leave them and just start jogging.
All right, sure.
we're gonna pass you. You're not gonna leave us.
Oh no, I think this is great.
He beats feet. He immediately realized that you guys are discussing, the logistics of utilizing a wagon, how long it's going to take to get there, and he just immediately goes into a jog stance, starts pacing in the direction of the restlands. You leave them. It's going to take you guys 5 minutes or so to acquire your wagon, your carriage, and your steed, but you'll, without a doubt, pass him on the way. Are you going to stop and offer him a ride, or are you just going to pass and wait?
I would it's my carriage, right?
Sure.
When we come up to him, I'm gonna slow down. Like slow it down to his speed. So what do you Oz, do you think should we ask him if he loud enough for him to should we ask him if he wants to come in?
As you say this out loud, you notice right away that he's alive in this. Like he embraces this the physical aspect of life. It's the struggle, and you kind of get that sense from Rye that he survives and he thrives in a struggle. So there's a certain embracement here, and he might even enjoy running.
I mean, if he wants to. This is a mighty nice carriage. When I drove here, well, I wasn't driving. I had to sit inside of a cart with, well, there were probably 2 other chickens. They weren't as big as Pecker. And a bunch of cartons of milk clanking around.
After hearing Temerity and Oz kind of back and forth like this, I kind of jokingly, kind of flirtingly, kind of yell back to Temerity, and I say, if you want to teleport down here on top of me again, I'll carry you.
What's he talking about? Wait,
I give her a wink, and then I give a little smile in my wink as Oz is like, wait, what?
Yeah,
and I just focus back on the jog.
No. Decidedly no. I mean,
Oh, that's good. Oz seems like much happier that that's not the case.
Yeah, there was, how you made him frothy?
Well, I didn't mean to do that.
Well,
I told him it was an accident.
I had a
That's
similar
never happened
accident
before. Wait, did you also make him frothy?
What is? I'm curious. What does your character's face right now look like, Rye? If you could describe him to this conversation.
Oh man, he loves this shit. He's like eating it up. He's jogging. He's got a nice little jog on. This woman's talking about him, getting all flustered and having to like explain herself and shit. Okay. Something about putting Temerity in an uncomfortable, flirty situation is very funny to Ryan. He really enjoys it. So he's just kind of jogging with a grin. Kind of looks a little, he's kind of proud of himself. It's his first victory of the morning, He tried to teach a kid how to use a knife. He got thwarted by Eli with promises of riches. He has frothy face, the fucking chicken coming up and rubbing on him and shit. He doesn't like to be touched. We got Oz casting spells and stuff. It's like Yeah, I don't know. It's like his first victory. He feels in his element right now. He's
Yeah.
feeling good for the first time this morning.
Can I get perceptions, please, from everyone?
Well, I'm definitely probably not as perceptive right now, which makes sense. I rolled a 12 because I'm trying to figure out if Temerity and Pry are a thing.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
So he's a little distracted.
Temerity, you would witness that you're coming into the Restlands. You can see the borders, the stone wall that separates the rest of the world from this particularly sacred place. The Restlands are very important, not only to Pharasma, but to the town, and probably even to the dead. You recognize the root and knotwork over the walls, that there are protection spells over this place.
Like I was saying.
Hold 1 second. I'm not. So hold on. Protection spells like we can't go in, or protection spells like bad shit has happened. And
it's in a bit more of a purview for followers of Pharasma. It's a deterrent from the dead, or from the undead, if you will.
Gotcha. Okay. And they're like more like wards and not like.
Yes.
Okay. So, are we going fast enough that we can't, like, I couldn't like read one and relay it, or would we have to stop and like get out and read it?
You are familiar enough with it, right?
Okay.
Like you know that there is wards are only as strong as they are enforced, and in this particular place there's a heavy amount of layering. It's age of stone carving and echoes of feeling put into this. This is a place of protection for people, from people, and for the age. But it's also like very basic stuff that's taught in the church. Something that you were taught very, very early on. So you know it's stronger when it's basically enforced. In this case, you can see that it's been enforced for probably decades.
Okay. So as we come on those, I'll get a little bit more serious and motion to them and explain what they are and really ask, have you all seen these before? Do you all know what they are?
Have I seen them before?
Would I've seen something like this in Nadal?
Probably. Yeah, there's complex knotwork in Nadal, but it's not like this. Not like this at all. In Nadal, it's a lot less of a warning to the dead and more of like knotwork for like areas of truth. You know, there are places in Nadal that you can't lie. And these are very similar to this.
Okay. So I just tell her that it feels familiar, but maybe not. I don't know the ins and outs.
And Eli, you probably would be aware of this because you're like the master blacksmith, the person who sort of helped raise you, the men who helped raise you here, the dwarves. They only sing the praises of the dwarven rootwork and knotwork that they have poured into weapons over time. They've never protected something this large before, but
protects against necromancy, right? Like
correct. This particular place, yes.
Coming back from the dead.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. From everything we've gathered so far, it seems like they need it. This area needs it. I don't know why they wouldn't want us to bury the professor in a place with such great protection. Maybe they were simple-minded farmers and didn't realize it was already protected.
Well, you do know that your most recent altercation, particularly with the boy, with Peverin, he said that people have been weirder lately. They've been drinking more. They've been more upset, been fighting more. He doesn't know why, but they've just been that way. But you arrive at the Restlands. You stew on that for a little while. The weather, as if finally reaching that point of climax, of moment. You hear the first roll of lightning and thunder.
Damn it. It better not rain again.
And as if
Haven't
calling,
even finished making the booties yet.
and as if calling, damning yourselves or cursed. First droplets of rain begin to pour down.
You probably just got dry, Temerity.
Dude, Bub's reaction to that comment.
I'm used to various kinds of weather. I'll grab my hat. Just know I could have said something worse. Put it on.
Now, I want to know your plan of action here. You are moving through an area called the Restlands. I'm going to go ahead and move you guys to a map, and this will be our first map experience thus far.
We are looking for an intersection that is Eversleep and Balakapath.
You are not wrong.
We gotta wait a few hours for Rye to catch up, though.
We may have to pick Rye.
I'm assuming that you guys met pace, and you just kind of followed it out. Jogging, you're looking at like maybe 12 minutes, most. With the 5 minutes that it took for you guys to get your stuff, yeah, probably pretty swift. So we're going to move over there. You guys in-game should see the map, and now chat should see the map.
I do.
This is the Restlands.
Well, how beautiful.
Okay.
I've marked a few areas. If you notice that there are darkened black dots, these are areas that are marked to show people. This place is not vacated. As it's just started raining, the Restlands are still an area for people to practice some worship if they follow Pharasma, and to mourn their losses. Now, the dots could represent multiple people, it could represent one, but as you glance around, this is where you'll immediately see people.
I want to use perception. I kind of want to smell in the air, look around, kind of gather my surroundings, see who take a look at who is here, what they're doing. Just kind of, just a general thing.
Sure, perception. What you get?
I guess we can only really see one person from where we are.
Yeah, about. Right.
Yeah, I guess what does it look like they're doing?
The people that you can see, they're sort of off to your left after you've entered in. There are a few standing crypt-like, almost mortuaries, or mausoleums, excuse me, that are sort of dedicated individuals. Their names are carved into the front. Some in languages you're not super familiar with, but what you can tell, these people, there's 3 of them. They're gathered around a grave. They're mourning. They seem to have brought flowers. The grave does not appear to be fresh as far as you can tell, but they're about, I would say, 30 meters out. But for Rye, and for anyone else who was interested in sort of taking in the surroundings, you get that immediate sense of rainfall. The weather itself is palpable in the sense that the moisture is dense.
I
You can
just start walking up the hill.
Okay.
Towards the center.
You can smell
I'll
smoke
follow.
roll down the hill as you peer onward and glance the horizon, and there is a significantly larger building in the far back. A smokestack seems to roll upward. Plume of smoke pours from the top. Can't see anyone there immediately, but you can tell that it is active and busy.
Well, I guess we're going that way.
It is daytime, bear in mind. So, go ahead.
Do you see any signs anywhere, Rye?
I don't see much.
You guys,
kind of
you will
walking and looking.
You will see signs. You will see signs that indicate,
Okay.
particularly where you are in the Restlands. Let me find my map, and I can get that for you.
Is it foggy at all?
I don't know if it's foggy as much as it is, like, it's almost constant. This almost constant sense of just like a lingering smoke that wants to hang in the area.
All right, I wanted to investigate. Excuse me. I'm going to investigate the smoke. Or
Okay.
the direction of. I'll just kind of sniff the air and see where it leads me.
Sure.
Following and just looking around,
Gotcha.
keeping my wits about me.
Same. I'm gonna stay next to Oz.
Oz likes this.
So we have a couple of directions you can go. If you break right, it will lead directly out of the Restlands. You can go forward through the Ancestors' Walk. To the left, it hits the Dreamwake. You can see these stones.
Is there any way you can like mark that on the map?
You guys actually can write yourselves, believe it or not. You have control over that. So upper left of your of the UI here, there should be a bar where you can freehand or you can actually put in text. And right where this person is, right there.
Yes, that's me.
You're on Ancestors' Way.
Okay, cool. And the smoke is coming from, you know, this direction or north, south, what?
Far past it. So I'm going to go ahead and pull you guys in the direction that the smoke is coming from.
Sure. Okay, there we go. Gotcha. All right.
To find Eversleep and the Black Path where they intersect.
Yep.
Now, the road directly north of you, Rye, is the Dreamwake.
I'm kind of starting to meander down Ancestors' Way. Like, I'm not thinking about the fact that this whips around or anything. I'm kind of walking in that direction.
Sure. What about the others? What's everybody else doing?
I'm gonna look to Oz and say, I don't know where he's off to, but we know where we're supposed to go. Why don't we look for that?
Well,
I see the street names here, right? They're not the ones that...
Correct. They're neither of the ones that you're looking at. Your best guess is it's probably one of the rear roads.
Well, this isn't the intersection, so I guess we gotta keep going. I mean... Don't know if he's going the right way, though. He says...
I turn around and hear them kind of talking. I kind of throw my arms up, like, where are we going?
well, we need to find the intersection.
Looks like if we take a right, it just takes us right back out. If we take a left, we might find a new road. And
Probably one of the back roads.
Hmm.
Well, we could maybe take a shortcut.
I walk back a little bit and I just say, smoke's coming from that direction, but I'll follow you.
Everybody go ahead and give me a memory test here. Just click your wisdom. I want to see if you guys can recall this. It's just from yesterday, but I think anyone should be able to make this just fine.
17.
Wow,
Ooh.
well done, Rye. Rye, you sort of play this back. You hear Oz say, we're looking for the intersection, and you definitely heard him say the Black Path, and someone mentioned the Eversleep.
Eversleep.
Well, you know where the Eversleep is, because the Eversleep indicates where Petros was buried. Petros was buried right there. That road is the Eversleep.
All right. I share that with them. Like, I'm just like, oh man, I just remembered. I think that road is near where Petra was buried.
And snaps back to everyone immediately.
Oh, well, we gotta get that way then.
I turn around and I just start, now that I have conviction now, so I know where I'm going now.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually don't take the road.
Okay.
I know exactly where I'm going, so I just walk like right through.
Sure. Are you gonna walk on graves as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to do it on purpose. It's not like I'm going on my way to step on them, but I'm going from point A to point B about as fast as I'm not like running, but like I'm doing it in the most efficient way. I'm going like that direction. If the grave's in my way, it's in my way.
Then everybody else. What about everybody else? Are you guys just, like you're watching him now? Temerity, the moment that he starts breaking across the graveyard, you can tell that he's not moving with intention to step on the graves, but he's definitely moving. He's a convicted man, right? He's got convictions. It's a no-no to walk on the graves of men or women, just graves, period. But he's just far enough out that if you started yelling, you would disturb those that are mourning.
Mm-hmm.
And if this gets back to the church, this is going to look really bad. You don't know how it's going to get back to the church, but there are people here.
I'm mixing up sheets. I was like, wait, I don't have something for this. I thought I had something for this.
No more spells on Rye. Leave Rye alone.
Well,
You gotta stop that barbarian.
when I see what he's doing, I will just whisper underneath my. God damn it. Well, I mean, okay, maybe not. God damn it, but or I swear a lot.
You probably do. Yeah.
Yeah, and just like hustle after him and try to like. I'm gonna touch him. Try to like stop him. Like, and I'll be saying something as loud as I dare, right? Stop, you can't, stop. Please stop.
I like stop and I turn around. I've probably already stepped over a few graves at this point, but I turn
Probably
around.
stopped on top of one.
Yeah, I'm like on top of it right there.
guys
Like,
totally-
what do you? I'm like tapping my foot. Like, what do you want?
You guys have control of your character as well. For the record, you can move. Just make sure you have the mouse tool clicked so that you're not
So I'm
highlighting
not making blue boxes.
blue
on that.
boxes. Yeah.
My gosh.
There we go. I got your boxes.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And that is, which one's me?
The only one you can control.
Oh, so that would be me. Okay. So you're there and I'm like, here, stop. Okay, please come back to the road.
Temerity, you can see people. The people that are mourning are watching. Like, they're giving you those shade throwing looks,
Right.
because they're well aware
Right.
of this.
And I'm clearly like sternly like gesturing along with my words, like, you need to come back to the road. You are standing on a grave and it is disrespectful. It is not allowed where we are. And this will reflect poorly
On who?
on all of us
By who?
I don't like those rolls.
by many. Remember where we are.
But there's only people
Pharasma.
there and the people here.
Pharasma has eyes everywhere, including my own. We have to respect the dead, and that includes making sure that we're not walking over them. This could be what if this was the professor? Would you do this to him?
I look at you and I just say, I don't think the professor much cares anymore. But sure, I'll walk on the road with you. I step off and I make kind of almost a sarcastic step. No, it's definitely a sarcastic step. I make one big step off the grave, like, oh no, and then I come over to the road.
As you step off the road and you can hear this, a figure seems to move from around the Ancestor Way, walking around the building. He's carrying a shovel. His body's perspirating. He's sweaty, shirt over shoulder. He's rather pale, pretty tall and thin. But you recognize him. He's one of the gravediggers.
Oh. I think he's like behind me, right?
Close enough, yeah. He's probably much taller. Like, he's probably in the latter half of like the 6 feet. So he's like 6'6", 6'7", but he's incredibly thin.
Oz just waves and's like, hello.
His eyes are kind of browed downward, and he's watching.
All
He's-
right then.
Is he mean mugging us? Is he mean mugging me?
Yeah,
No,
he
I
is.
said hi and he just
He is? He's mean mugging me?
Yeah.
You got a problem, friend?
You're not supposed to walk on the graves.
Oh, yeah? Who's going to stop me?
Well, I don't think I can
So-
stop you. Not that it matters. But I think the church would care quite a lot.
That's what she just got done saying.
I don't believe he understood what he was doing. We are going to we will be following the rules.
I think he understood
this
what he was
place.
doing. He was trying to get there as quickly as he possibly could.
He has not told me that, so I have no reason to believe that, because anyone with half a wit of common sense would not be walking on graves in a place like this. We're just on our way. Thank you. And I will like motion up the road.
We're actually literally going down Ancestor's Way. I smiles.
Eli, Eli, give me perception, please. Okay.
I'm just watching from a distance, but I'm very agitated.
You are watching from a distance for sure.
It does look like we're all grouping together and slowly making our way.
Eli, as you continue to move, once you kind of hit this bend right here, you see another large stone, boulder-sized. It says the Dream Wake.
Okay.
As I pass this, I'm following Temerity.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of, whatever. But as I pass this grave robber, I mean mug his ass.
Grave.
I don't think he's a grave robber.
Sorry, grave digger. I don't care. This grave guy, you better watch himself. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving the lazy, like 5 goes west. I'm giving the lazy eye.
Sure.
Eli, wait for us, or are we all?
Eli is
I'm moving by.
He's
waiting.
He's waiting, but he's still sort of slowly trudging along. He's trying to take notice of what's going on. It's hard to see you, but
I'm letting Temerity handle her business. I'm sick of babysitting Rye.
Perfect.
You haven't babysat Rye once.
Perfect. You move.
Got your dagger
Oz,
back.
I think while we're walking, Oz will say to Temerity, he's like, well, what's the point of not walking on those spaces? Does that mean that, nothing can grow on top of them either?
Well, what nature does is what nature does, but we have the choice to respect the dead.
But aren't
so we
nature
shall.
too?
Oh, Oz.
It's about respecting their memory and remembering who they were to you before they passed.
What does that have to do with the ground on top of them? That's what I want to know. Is there some kind of significance there? Because to me, it just looks like ground. Like if I was buried right there, if y'all needed to get past some place to get through somewhere, I'd let you walk on top of me.
Well, that's very kind, but sort of. I mean, I think I get what you mean, but that's not what we do here, and that's not what's done here. So
you just do it because that's what you've been told to do for years or something.
So out of respect, we're gonna follow their rules. I think that's what we should do. We are in. This isn't our place. This is a place belonging to others.
People make interesting rules.
I love that Oz is picking apart the customs.
Well, it's hard because I'm like Misty kind of.
His friend just got yelled at for walking, which was the most efficient path, logically.
I'm just watching this unfold with nothing but love for Oz. I'm just like, I'm not making these arguments because Oz is, and I'm enjoying it.
Of course, it makes sense.
I don't
Oz
think
is just
angering...
asking, having conversation, not trying to badger anybody or anything.
Yeah, I don't feel necessarily insulted, right?
Sure.
It's more curiosity,
right? And I'm just more at this point wanting to keep everyone focused on the don't walk on graves part, right? Let's just we're Oz. Remind me, we're going to what's that intersection that we're looking for again?
Eversleep and
Black Path.
Okay, so it's not the road we're on, so we should continue.
Continuing to walk, the moment that you reach the Eversleep, here is a stone that, sure enough, dictates that you are upon the Eversleep. You have only one of the road as far as you can tell.
I think we got to go that way. And he points past towards the professor's grave, and he's like, "That's where we were the other day."
The rain begins to pick up, build momentum behind it.
I think Oz kind of stops for a moment when we pass the professor.
Rye is following behind right now. He's kind of over being nitpicked at, for taking initiative. So he's letting everyone else sort of lead the way. And he's not grumpy really, but he's certainly losing his patience.
Right here at this path, it winds and it turns to the Black Path. The Black Path leads out of these lands.
Well, supposedly right here. And Oz kind of looks around, and I guess it's trying to find where it might be.
Now, reading the passage in Petrus's journal, what exactly did it say? You all have access to it still.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not certain the current clergy even know what the predecessors have hidden down below. If my luck holds, I should be able to slip in and out with a few borrowed items.
Store them in a false crypt in the Restlands at the intersection between. So we need to find a false crypt.
We don't want people watching us loot through crypts.
True.
No. So
there is a singular crypt that comes to this intersection, and it is right here.
Like that one? Yeah.
It's right there. However,
would I be able to tell if it was a false crypt?
The only way that you would know is by going into it. At the end of the road, where there are 3 what looks like crypts, one of which appears to be a bit more of a utilized building, where the smoke billows out of it, there stand 3 men. They seem to be discussing things, but in a similar fashion. Most of their shirts are tied to their waist, or they seem to have what looks to be like suspenders up over shoulders. They're working. They're gravediggers.
Well, probably need to go inside there. Oz points.
Can I get perceptions, please, from everyone?
$22.
Okay. Temerity and Oz. We've got Eli. We wait on Rye. Rye's perception, please.
You did right now?
Was hoping to get it right now. He must have stepped away.
Well, I think you're going to have to wait for like an hour.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
I'll roll the perception for you.
Oz. You kind of get the feeling almost as if you're being followed, but you can't quite make out whom might be following. When you glance around, you do notice that the gravedigger that had stopped and not necessarily accosted, but reminded you that it's disrespectful to step on graves. You can see that he is visible to you. You do note that he does continually glance over his shoulder from time to time. You can also see that there are 3 men at the end of the road. You see no other mourners, probably, I would say 50 yards out. But they seem to be focused there. In fact, when you look back, it almost appears as if they're leaving.
Hey, guys,
Go ahead.
my daughter was just feeling sick, and I got a little bit of a cleanup over here,
Okay.
and I got to see what's going on with her.
Okay.
So
Take a
I'm gonna
minute.
AFK for a bit.
Take a minute.
Oz leans in and whispers and is like,
I think someone's watching us.
and he kind of like looks over his shoulder and then looks back and he's like,
Man with the shovel earlier, I think he's been keeping his eye on us.
I wouldn't doubt it. Based on what happened and the rules of this place, so.
I didn't realize we needed to lecture everyone on every nuance before we entered an area. But I don't think it's going to be in our favor to disrespect anyone further. Unless there's some way that we can persuade them that what we're doing is in the interest of the town.
Well, can we not go inside there?
I'm not sure. Does that count as like walking on the crypt?
Yeah, I mean, it's a crypt, so it should be open, right?
Like
Like,
you can go in them.
go
and
in
people-
them, right? To
So,
like
Maddie,
worship.
remember, in your given situation, maybe the others, this might be frowned upon, but you are an agent of the church. You have a bit more leeway. You could get away with a lot. Whereas in the others, if they weren't in your company, they would have a lot less of a reason to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you guys don't exactly have permission. There wasn't exactly a sign-up sheet for raiding a crypt. But it's kind of your call. Do you break for the crypt? Do you leave? What do you do here?
So, is there any markings on the outside of the crypt to tell us who is in the crypt or who's supposedly in the crypt?
Glancing over the crypt, it seems fairly nondescript compared to some of the others. If it stood out more than natural, I mean, it might have been discovered a bit more so. But to give you a description, it's a freestanding granite mausoleum. The roof has been decorated with a pair of leering gargoyle statues. There is a single stone door that leads inward, and there are no obvious markings.
I'll open it if none of y'all want to.
I think that you should all go in, and I'll follow. I want to stay outside to make sure if there's any questions, I can address them.
All right.
Well, hesitation. Barai decides to take the first steps. He moves up, and he glances back, and his hand sort of like falls to what looks like a lock. There's a padlock on the door. But as he seems to move it, like almost in jiggling nature, it turns and it falls off. He glances to each of you, and he kind of hits you with a shrug. Oz, Eli, Temerity, is anyone moving up?
Yeah, Oz will move up.
See, I have permission from a representative of Pharasma, so I'm sure I'm on the side of the law, but I also don't want the villagers to not understand what's going on. So I'm just going to before I decide to take the initiative to go in, because I should probably go in first. I will just double check with Temerity. Like, are you sure you'll be able to make sure that there's no trouble? We need to quell any ill will towards us to make our position easier in the town.
I take a look at Eli and then look back at the gravediggers. Not that I would really get into any kind of physical altercation with them, but they're what do they approximately look like?
Just three fairly nondescript gravediggers. They're human men. They are built for labor.
Okay.
They're dirty. It's hard work digging graves. You're literally unearthing history just to bury people and cover them back up. It's an odd job. Somebody has to do it, though.
I'm sure.
I could talk my way out of most situations, but if you feel confident, then I'll go ahead and see what we've got.
I'm considered a priest of Pharasma in my role, correct? Or clergy?
You are part of the clergy. Not a priest or a priestess. You are definitely a representative of the church, though.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, just in case, I will grab my shield off of my back and my warhammer, and I'll try to push the door open and go inside.
Okay.
So, just to make sure I'm ready for anything. I know there's wards protecting the area, but it's better safe than sorry.
Oz, how about you?
Oh yeah, I already said Oz was going in.
Okay. You move forward in the direction of the mausoleum, this so-called false crypt. Your eyes are caught immediately by this iron padlock, Oz. And you have a history with magic. Now, padlocks are supposed to function with one job. But when you glance down, you have seen the effects of magic before, particularly of acid splash. And this padlock has acid burns. Lots of acid burns. Recent, even.
I think this was open before. Like recently.
We know the professor came through here. Do you think it was someone besides the professor?
Well, it could have been the professor. He did teach me some of the spells.
Do you think he would be more discreet than this, though?
I don't know what kind of trouble or hurry he was in. Acid does do the job, though. I said, smiling.
I mean, I'll continue to. Do I need? It's unlocked, right? So
It's true, but it is a stone door. Despite having that semi-rusty looking padlock, now vacated of its locking mechanism, give me a strength check. Very good.
Boy.
Very good.
This
is
Crit 23.
natural for you. You pull some strength into your shoulder and lean into it in just enough way. You hear the as the door slides, pulling you into the false crypt.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I just had to do some cleaning there, and I've got a 6-year-old with an upset tummy. I'm probably gonna be AFK for a while longer till she gets to sleep, till I can get her back down. So I don't know what to do about that, but
Well, just do what you got to do. Take some time, and you are currently on pilot for the moment.
okay, cool.
Well,
All right.
and just as a heads up too, I probably have another 15-20 minutes before I turn into a pumpkin for
That's
work
fine.
tomorrow.
That's fine. No worries.
Okay, well maybe I'll just go ahead and jump into bed with her and get her back to sleep and all that good stuff. So, thank you for having me.
If you can leave your cam up so it doesn't cause any issues, and we'll
Sure.
close out.
I'll just leave it all running. Thank you guys for having me. Sorry, it was kind of abrupt.
Understand.
It happens, man.
Thanks, chat too. You guys have a
Take care,
good
Junie.
night.
Okay.
I
Temerity,
assume it's dark.
inside.
Yeah.
Actually, not entirely. I'm assuming that you can't see then.
I can't see anything.
We
no.
can't see anything.
Gotcha.
We see
All right.
darkness.
Let me get you here.
I attack the darkness.
The darkness.
Oh Lord. Dynamic lighting.
I'm not saying I almost peed my pants there. I'm not saying I didn't.
Okay. Can everybody see now? Or are you still in the darkness?
I'm in the darkness.
Darkness.
All right. Well, dynamic
Just
lighting is a
consume.
little wonky at times. Okay, so this is Rise a Human. The Hobgoblin is gonna have night vision, of course he is.
Yeah. I've got red bitty eyes.
It's gonna make things a little harder on you for sure.
Wait, why is that going to be harder for me?
For color disparity, you're not gonna see like much in the way of fading light because you have perfect dark vision. It's
Gotcha.
certainly a trickier feature. And we know that Eli is a human as well.
Some people can't see anything in the dark.
I have lots of torches and candles.
Yeah, I have some too. If you need more.
Oh, there we go. Let's do that.
4 torches.
I have 3 and 4 candles.
And I have some chalk too if we want to like mark
Cool.
our way.
Legacy 0 players site. Save settings. My God, Brock, thank you so much. That's 10 gift subs, so that's another luck reroll. It's so close to our night close, but that's okay. You guys can definitely use them.
I'll use them.
We are on this map now, so I did not adjust that.
I'm just gonna start rolling random things.
Who said that they had torches?
I do.
both do.
And yeah, Eli does.
Okay. You guys should begin to see light at the very least. And I will make sure that you can emit light in just a second.
Ooh.
But I probably am not using a torch because I can see.
I have a lamp.
But if people need it, I will turn it on.
Okay. All right, that'll work. Perfect.
On the floor.
So stepping into this area, moving downward, you find that it's actually not entirely vacated. There are candles burning. They sit in very thin braziers. Gargoyles guarding the left and the right side of this crypt. Runic markings decorate the stone floor, and a door on the opposite side. What does everybody do?
Going to examine the room.
Perception. See if I can see anything out of the ordinary.
Sure.
I don't really want to step right into the middle of the room in case there's a trap or something.
You can see runes.
Yeah, you can definitely see the runes. Go ahead and hit me with
Do we know
with
what
your
the runes
perceptions.
are?
You do not. Nobody here is immediately familiar with them.
19.
Wow, lots of high rolls here. It's Eli and Temerity.
Things.
The things that immediately break out to you in your field of vision, what you can see, is that this place has been relatively undisturbed. The light that is emitted from the candles, the glow that illuminates the room just subtly enough. You have no idea when they've been lit. You're not sure how long it's been since they've had breath of air. Fire does require air. If it is stolen long enough, it will just go out. It may be magic, but what you can tell, with the light that you have, there is a series of steps that lead to the opposite door. It's steps that break the dust. Decades of dust that paint this floor with age.
So there's a lot of dust. Do we see any paths in this?
Right, yeah, is there any footprints?
Because clearly
recent
I
or
think
old?
You
someone,
see footprints,
yeah,
yes.
has been here before.
Okay.
A path that someone has taken. Their stride very similar. They're short steps. They're very small individual, or perhaps aged. But they move.
Follow the path that the steps went.
Sure.
Or I pointed out to Rye, whoever's first. Is Eli walking first?
Yeah.
Okay, I pointed out to them, and I'm like, maybe that's the path the professor took. Either that or somebody more my height.
There's a chance that it's probably the safest path as well. I guess I'll follow them and see where they take us.
You follow the path to the door. The stone doors that lie split in the middle. They are sealed. It would take quite a bit of weight to open them similarly. You don't know what breaks for the other side. What awaits you? You push them open?
And that's where the footprints go.
Yes.
Okay. Then I won't try to stop any kind of forward
Have you ever
motion
seen
there.
these runes before, Oz?
I've never seen them before.
It's odd. I suppose we should try to open this door. The other one was very heavy.
Give me a strength check. It's good enough. Despite the sheer size of these stone doors, the first was much harder to open. These appear, for all intents and purposes, to be quite heavy, but they're not. As you push by, light breaks in to a small corridor. Showing you a series of steps, descending deeper into the false crypt.
Who walks around here lighting all these candles?
Oz says as he's like following everybody.
The candles are very odd indeed.
Yeah, I mean, are the candles, are they something like some sort of ritualistic thing for Pharasma? Are they, would it be something that I might be able to know about? Like, what, are they lit at a certain time for a certain reason?
Not that you're familiar with.
Okay.
You could move over and try to examine them. See if they're like, it doesn't look where they lie, that there's any fallen wax. Nothing of that nature.
Can I detect magic?
Yeah. Faint magic. Very, very simple faint magic.
Okay.
Can I inspect the gargoyles to see if there's anything weird with them? Or would I have known that from perception already?
Perception may have given away some things if there was anything there that might stick out to you, but if you don't roll high enough to determine, then you won't catch any of the secrets. But as far as you can tell, they're here as ornamental pieces.
Okay.
Gargoyles are here to protect. Agents of protection.
They're usually there as protection.
Well, what do you think?
They
We've
come
come
to
this
life.
far.
Well, do I see the tracks going down
Yes, you do.
in the dust?
Well, it looks like the trail continues going down that way, so I guess that's where we're headed.
A flight of stone steps lead down into the cold earth to a large crypt lined with empty niches.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever been down in a crypt before. It's kind of exciting.
I hope there are no rats.
Oh, they're the tastiest.
Just please be sure to not disturb the dead.
Rye is
No
offered.
stepping on dead people. Gotcha.
Rye is going to be moving alongside. He takes a step just inside.
I'll go ahead and move in as well.
You create your own pathway through the decades worth of dust. Though the tracks that remain very obvious in the dust and dirt on the floor, you make your own path. A dozen or so steps lead into this empty chamber. There are two sarcophagus. One straight in front of the door and one on the right. Do you head down?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Confidence in stride. Eli is amidst the first. Rye follows in step.
Oz is gonna sneak. Not that he's that great at it, as we know.
Sure, give it to me. Let's see what you got. You're pretty damn good at it.
Jesus. Stealth. 26 crit. Holy crap.
Rye steps again inside, taking a look around. He's not as keen at picking up the smaller details. But you follow the line of tracks to the sarcophagus directly in front of the steps, the deepest part of the crypt. You can see markings where Dust has been removed from the lip of the coffin of the sarcophagus itself. It is a very large, very heavy stone lid.
Getting my workout.
And you are for sure. You're earning your pay.
It did say false crypt, right? So what could be in these sarcophagi then? Why are there 2 of them?
Oz is gonna follow the tracks to the one, or follow the tracks that it appears that we've been following the entire time.
The tracks lead directly to this coffin, the sarcophagus.
Okay. He's gonna examine it. Figure out how to open it.
Sure. Perception, please.
Uh-oh.
What's that in the back left corner?
My computer just did something. Turn it off, George! Get off! Oh no. Did everything turn off?
You're still here?
Okay. Sorry. Cat almost turned off my computer. Perception. 14.
As you begin to take a look over the crypt to try to determine exactly just how this functions, how to turn it all on, or how to get it opened. And the moment that your fingers reach the lip and the edge of the sarcophagus, candles come to life in the corner.
Am I no longer stealthed?
It's not enough to de-stealth you per se.
Okay.
The sarcophagus definitely didn't see you coming. But you're glancing around, trying to find what exactly, or how exactly this is supposed to open. You see debris, stone, just at the front of your feet. It appears that it's supposed to be shifted or moved. This does not look as easy as the previous door.
So the stone looks like it needs to be moved?
From your best guess, yes, it needs to be slid.
How heavy does that look?
Far more than you're capable of moving alone.
Right. Oz will whisper to the rest of you.
I think we need to move this.
I'm not comfortable with disturbing the dead, so we need to make sure that there's not a corpse inside before we attempt to open this.
Absolutely.
I'll look at Temerity.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure how we would do that though.
Maybe we should just check the other sarcophagus as well to be sure. And there's nothing odd with that one.
You can see that there are no breaks in the dust from footfall. No one has visited this sarcophagus in a very, very long time. Decades, your best guess.
Y'all telling me you want to go in there and see if there's a dead person?
I'll open it, but the law here is Pharasma, so I will need Temerity's blessing and permission.
Almost in character.
Oz looks at Temerity like, well?
Temerity sighs.
Rye would be like sitting on the already.
Right, pretty much, yeah.
What are we gonna do?
Go ahead.
Oz does not understand this because he's not a religious person.
I don't.
He doesn't.
Right.
He thinks that like when you die, he's just like, you're dead. What are you mad? Everyone just takes all your stuff when you die.
I don't.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like there's a logical reason to believe that we're doing the right thing, and I think that's really all I need.
I'm gonna triple check the professor's notes, make sure that this is the false crypt. We got the footprints, and then with Temerity's blessing, I will attempt to open it, and I may need some help.
Give me a strength check.
See.
That's all you and Rye. Well, Temerity can help.
Yeah.
I'm
Pretty
sick.
strong.
It's fine.
My God.
Damn.
Eli, this one is quite a bit more difficult. It does require you to place your shield downward and to give you at least fair footing in both hands. But you're able to. You shift it. You hear the grating of stone on stone. You turn and push, putting your back into it before inevitably it slides off the back. It hits the wall.
Well, look at that.
A variety of goods that have long since been forgotten in this place, but their utility not lost. Useful materials remaining. This is in fact a cache. Is this what you needed? Is this what you desired? Still to determine. Taking a quick count. There are a dozen arrows. You guys are going to want to write this down.
Or you're not going to send us a list?
Well, you should write it down so you
down.
guys can start determining, because these are not just mundane materials. And what I have written down is exactly what it is. So if I just copy pasta, that's going to tell you what everything is, and that just takes the fun out of it. There are a dozen arrows tipped with silver heads. What appears to be 4 sun rods. If you're unfamiliar with what a sun rod is, it's quite literally a torch that you can snap to. It will not burn you, but it treats it as if it's constantly burning. There are 6 flasks containing fluid. 10 more arrows. They seem to be of incredibly high quality. The precision in its make is almost unparalleled. 5 more arrows. These are a bit different. The arrowhead itself is almost chameleon style in color, like a chameleon paint job on a vehicle. As you seem to twist it in the firelight, it's a purple and green mix. 2 more arrows that are a bit more sus when glancing down. The haft of the arrow itself has skulls whittled into it. There appear to be 5 potion bottles of a light red elixir. 2 of a creamy white elixir. A few scrolls. From your best guess, 4. And a thin, dark wood case, decorated with an image of a scarab. Brass, with a single eye glaring from its back. You immediately recognize it's matching the Order of Palatine Eye from the professor's collection.
Well, I think that's what we're looking for.
Do we take all of it?
Well, I would take all of it.
There's no reason to leave it. I think that if this is here, in a place normally reserved for the dead.
I have heard stories where sometimes people, they boogie trap something so that if you take more than one, like, you're greedy. But I say it's worth the risk.
I wonder if Torvin knows anything about these arrows.
We'll have to ask him.
All right, I'm fine with taking everything. I don't want to give anyone else a reason to come down here if they don't have to. Not that they would know it's gone if they knew about this, but...
Okay, who's grabbing what then?
I would like the thin darkwood case scarab.
Sure.
with the scarab, since I have the book in my backpack right now.
I will. I'll reach for the arrows in like a one pile where the all the arrows are together.
There is a quiver. Yes.
Okay, so then I would. And are they arrows that would work with a crossbow?
Crossbows use bolts.
They use bolts. These
Okay.
are not.
No,
You could
that's
have them.
right, okay.
You could have them refashioned.
Okay.
It's a little bit of work, but it's not something that's going to be too terrible. Especially if these are, for any sense, magical arrows. Shouldn't be very difficult for you to change.
Well, I will pull them out.
Sure.
I'll hold on to those.
Okay. Eli, can I get a reflex from you, please?
Bad at that.
Okay. You do have a luck reroll.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll luck reroll.
That's good. But I'm going to let you reroll again. In fact, I'm going to force it. I'm going to use one of my 2 remaining to force you to reroll.
Okay. Because I think I'm out of rerolls actually after that.
I think you are as well.
Yikes.
Eli. You lean into the sarcophagus to grab on to this box, this dark wood box with the scarab on the front. And you're not sure if it's something about the scarab. Maybe it's just the design of the box. But when you grab at it, your hands kind of slip a little bit, never quite letting go of the box, but the bottom of it falls out. As the bottom falls out, you hear the clamor and clang of the bottom side of this dark wood box fall out, and all of its contents go sprawling. Some of them hit inside of the coffin, others seem to fall outside of the sarcophagus. Oz. Whatever's fallen seems to fall and not quite roll as much as it slides in front of you. A brass planchette. Eli, when you glance down, a board. A board falls. Not really sure what to think of it. You pick it up. You're a holy man, but you've never seen anything like this. But in case you wanted to see what it is. It's a spirit board.
Yes. Alex.
And its eye.
Excited. Oz grabs the coin, or the little planchette thing.
Oz.
He's like,
you grab the planchette, which is the brass looking eye.
mm-hmm.
I need a will save.
Oh. I think I might get advantage on that or something.
You do. You definitely have some positives here. I think you get some for like fear effects.
Depends on what it is. Look. Maybe not, though.
Oz.
Mm-hmm.
As you grab the planchette, you pick it up between your fingers. And as you do so, a clap of thunder rattles the area around you and everyone else. And you almost instinctively curl your hands up to you.
Yeah.
As you turn to the others with your hands up to your chest, you've pulled Peck into your side and you're holding on to this brass planchette. You look to the others, and you can almost see through the looking glass. When you see through the looking glass, you can see your friends. They seem to be peering over their goods, their belongings. Eli is reaching down, picking up the spirit board. But as you continue to turn to look over to Rye Rye's focused, watching you. But you see two more figures standing at the top of the steps. A boy. And a man. Do you lower? Do you pull it from your eye?
Yeah.
When you pull it from your eye, the man is gone, but the boy remains.
I put it back up.
This time, the man is behind the boy.
I put it back down.
Another flash of lightning, revealing Peverin. Peverin stands atop the steps, still holding his coin. His eyes, solid white. Do you glance through the looking glass again?
Yeah.
As you look through, the man's arms pull down over the top of Peverin and wrap him up.
You just hear Oz kind of shout out, Peverin, watch out!
You hear this scream of Peverin, watch out. Temerity, Eli, when you turn around, Peverin is standing at the top of the steps. He's watching you.
Can I detect evil?
I was gonna detect undead.
Of course you can.
Okay.
When you cast Detect Evil, Peverin does not emit evil. Temerity, when you cast Detect Undead, an aura encircles Peverin, hanging over the top of him.
But not him.
But not Peverin.
Okay. I am going to draw my crossbow. Peverin. Come here.
Tripp.
Come.
I'm like watching through the thing now, and I'm gonna just start describing what I see.
Tripp, you hear this voice. Peverin, come here.
When she says that, he takes the coin and he grasps it, then he flips it. Sorry, love. He's not here right now. Name's Tripp. Pleasure to meet all of you.
When
Welcome
I'm
to the
looking through
crypt.
the thing, is the boy the guy now?
Appears to be that way, as it seems.
Yes.
When he says that, when Tripp says that, does it come out of Peverin?
It does.
Or does it... Okay, so Peverin's mouth moves to those words.
Peverin's mouth moves to those words, and it sounds like Peverin. But what you witnessed was an ability of dexterity that you had just not witnessed when Rye was having him angle this dagger and move so with grace. Sure, he might
That's
have...
not Peverin.
You see him rolling the coin back and forth too, and then you see him when he does this. He tosses the coin and he flips his hand and it disappears, and he goes, "What are you doing here?"
What are you doing to Peverin?
As he says that, he pulls his hand up, and he starts tumbling the coin over each finger, and then back again. And this is actually where we end tonight's session.
Of course. Gosh darn it. Ronald.
You
got
know
a
what's really
line.
funny is that I was like, he's gonna come in right at the end, like boom, and I'm gonna be like, oh, and that's what happened. Damn it.
Oh, I
Something
love
about
this.
police and priests.
We have entered Tripp.
Yay!
It took a while, but Tripp,
You might have
Has now joined
you
us.
might say we took a trip.
hey, just might be doing that for sure. Guys, thank you. Thank you for watching. We did run long, and I am grateful that you have granted us plenty of time to hang out. I know that we started a long time ago. This was a significantly longer session for us. I think we ran, what, 5 hours? 5 hours, yeah, 5 hours.
Yep. Roughly.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I'm going to see what we can do for next week. Hopefully we have everyone back. I believe that Ella will have his camera and his lights. If he does not, I'm just going to make him turn on a damn bedroom light so we can see his face.
For the first ever 24-hour D&D
Oh
session.
my God, I'll die. No, we can't do that, sir.
Okay, fine, 20 hours.
And hopefully Wyld is here as well. There will be some changing in the overall camera setup, obviously, if we're going to be having more players. Tripp's here now. Tripp is here now. So Tripp is going to be with us at least for a short time. That's fair, until you kill him. Hope that's not the
Kill me,
case.
I'm already dead.
Oh,
Imagine if he had
The
that
dead cannot
dagger
die.
instead of the coin, guys. He'd be flipping that dagger around, freaking us out.
could be,
True.
for sure. So, thank you guys for watching. I'm going to go ahead and give these guys their shouts. Let them get their outro, and we will release them unto the wild. So, we're going to start with Cobalt. Tell us about you, boss. What are you doing? Where can we find you?
CobaltStreak everywhere. I stream almost every single day, right around 5 p.m. Central. We get weird. We play lots of fun games. Been checking out Rogue Heroes, Runes of Tassos, which just came out. It's a lot of fun. And I'll be on there tomorrow, and I'll be here next week.
Dope. Perfect. Look forward to it. Next, we got Imperial. Tell us about
Hi.
you. Where can we find you?
Oh, you can find me probably on Twitch. I
Probably.
think I go to, yeah, twitch.tv/Imperial. I'm Imperial Girl, GRRL, because I had a tank girl phase. Everywhere else, I am, you can find me, I guess, on the carousel this month. The Black Brilliance carousel. I'll be sewing. I'll be doing stuff. I got some fun announcements, hopefully starting tomorrow. So, yeah, come find me.
Dope. Next, we got Xander. Tell us about you, boss. What are you doing? Where can we find you?
Hey everyone, XanderDarks. Also, aspiring Twitch streamer. You can find me Tuesdays and Wednesdays, hella early in the morning. Usually streaming a variety of things. WoW, League, Skyrim. And then you can catch me Wednesday nights on Shackled City with Bubs here, yeah. Or
That'll be
whatever.
tomorrow night.
However, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. We got Maggie. What are you doing? Where can we find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/Ellohime, where, I'm a badass Viking. And yeah, you can check out all the content that I do over there. So you should show me some love. Also, you should show some love to Bub because, look at this.
Oh man, I forgot my Bubs plug. What's going on with life?
Yeah, everybody's tired at this point, I think. So I totally get it. I'm not even upset. Not even
Just
upset.
kidding. I'm MargaretKrohn. You can find me at MargaretKrohn in all of the places. I just had to get, because, Ella's not here, so I was giving him a little shout out. And I do things on the internet. I do lots of tabletop stuff.
He's right there. I don't know what you're talking about. Hello.
Yes.
What about you, boss? Tell us about you. What are you doing? Hey, man, you can find me like all over the internet, man. I'm on Twitch, playing a lot of Tarkov, and my chat's yelling at me. Got to turn on my camera, and I got a new chair coming, man, and all kinds of
That's
shit.
pretty good.
That is.
3080
For a
Ti.
second, I had to
That's
look.
pretty
I'm like,
good. Like,
that's
hello.
Valheim.
Yeah.
Valheim, yeah, Vikings, man. All right, then there's me. Hi guys, I'm just doing me stuff here, telling lots of stories. I'm doing some more stories tomorrow with Shackled City episode 194 or 5. I don't know. Not sure. We're closing on 200, and that's sick. I do Vampire the Masquerade stuff. I play as Duke on Stitch of Fate, and that's sick. He may or may not be a serial killer. Depends on if you listen, so you can find out. And similarly, I play with Maggie sometimes over on Roll For It on Saturdays with the Silence of Shadows, where I play Ollie Hopkins, Nas. Just trying to make it in a broken city. And yeah, that's me. That's all I do. Follow all of these amazing casters. They deserve it. And come back next Tuesday so you can actually see, what kind of shenanigans they get into. And hopefully there will not be nearly as much frothing.
You know,
And
speak for yourself.
you brought this frothing upon us, so.
I mean, what's wrong with a good froth?
Frothing, wetness, dryness, then wetness again.
Yeah.
Apparently only lower half wetness? I don't know.
Yeah.
I will say this.
It was intense.
A frothing, like a handheld frother, is like the best thing ever if you're a coffee drinker.
I got
it's true.
somebody
I got one to mix
Yeah.
my like my protein powder in it. It's freaking the best device I've ever
I
gotten.
use it with heavy cream just to make it into like a
A friend of mine, when we moved in, got us a milk frother, like one of the
Nice.
container ones.
Yeah.
And it has 2 different attachments, one for like super frothy, I guess Ellohime level, and then regular frothy.
Perfect. All right, guys.
guaranteed to overspill.
That's gonna be it. Since we're missing Wyld and we're missing Ello now, even with the introduction of Tripp, I'm not gonna do an after show this go around. I will let them cover all of the shenanigans in the next show's after show. So not gonna do an after show here. Catch us there. As always, if you want to keep the stream alive, keep the dream alive. If you guys like the wild magic, you want NPCs in the game because you can make that happen. Check out patreon.com/thebubbernaut and make sure you follow all the social stuff. Thanks again, guys, for absolutely everything. I love your faces. Do what you do. Have a good one. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Peace. We're out of here.
See ya.